Buenos días a todas y todos. Mi nombre es Sally Duimovich, especialista en la Dirección de Educación y Ciudadanía Ambiental del Ministerio del Ambiente. Antes de iniciar, les recuerdo que contamos con interpretación al quechua, inglés.
Have simultaneous interpretation into and from Quechua, English, Spanish, and sign language. You can access interpretation by using the icon at the bottom of your screen. Welcome to the third day of this event. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth International Forum on Circular Economy. The objective is to inspire, dynamize the public and private sectors, academia, civil society, to embark on a fair and decentralized transition towards circular economy in Peru and Latin America and the Caribbean. This event is organized by the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Production, of Agrarian Development and Irrigation, and the European Union Office in Peru. This forum has a collaborative and participatory approach. Co-organizers of this event are GIZ, the Swedish Embassy in Lima, the Danish Embassy in Peru, the Commission for the Promotion of Exports and Tourism, the National Society of Industries, the Coalition of Circular Economy Latin America and the Caribbean, and SIMBA. Also, our collaborators have been the Finnish Embassy, KAS Foundation, Hans Seidel Stiftung, the Association of Farming Trade Union Workers in Peru, and the chapter of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering of the Departmental Council of Engineers in Peru. We'd like to thank the organizers, the co-organizer, and collaborators. We also thank the authorities, panelists, attendees, moderators who have joined this event. Today's activities started at 8 a.m. with a presentation by the Circular Economy Group of the European team, coordinated by the European team. The actions of the member states, the presentations have been made on the activities of the member states regarding circular economy. An objective was to find out the perception of the national counterparts. The live broadcast includes 4 segments today: a plenary at the beginning, opportunities and challenges on circular value chains, then a roundtable, enabling conditions for the implementation of the circular economy roadmap for the farming, fishing and aquaculture sectors, co-organized by the Danish Embassy and the collaboration of the Association of AGAP. Then another roundtable, progress and enabling conditions for the implementation of the circular economy roadmap in the industry sector, co-organized by SNI. And at the end, a workshop, design of circular business for value chains. We invite you to share your thoughts and feedback or even questions through the chat. I would like to remind you that the event platform will give you access to the online exposition and the side events. Today, we will have 2 side events in the afternoon. And now, without further ado, we will formally start the first session, a plenary, opportunities and challenges of circular value chains. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ulrich Harmes-Littke, process consultant and international expert on international cooperation for development, who will be speaking about circular value chains, understanding the concept. Mr. Harmes-Littke, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. For me, it's a great pleasure and honor to take part in this forum and to have the privilege to open up the day's sessions. I imagine there has been a lot of input already from yesterday and the day before. So I will be mainly focusing on circular value chains in the circular economy. So I will be sharing my screen. Let's see. I have to open my presentation and I will share it with you. I just wanted to check if you can see the screen. Can you see it all right? Thank you. So the topic, as I said, is circular value chains, a conceptual approach. And the idea is that we have been working as companies for some years on territorial development and value chains.
Estoy involucrado como experto.
And also, I will be speaking here as an expert from the European Metrology Institute on infrastructure quality for circular economies. The topic of circular value chains is rather popular, I would say. And I would like to remind you that this concept was coined or born back in the 90s. This, what you see in the screen, is a quite famous diagram by a marketing professor, Michael Porter, who described this chain within a company. And there are some central activities like logistics, operations optimization, services, and some support activities such as infrastructure, technology, human resources, etc. And all of this creates a cost. And this price differential in the business is the company's margin. That's the profit. And that's the value of the original version of these chains. Then the same concept of the chain was applied in other actors, even in international trade. And here you see a different graph by the Duke University, and we can see different activities within the chain. And you have some added values here. And you have some intangibles like research and development, design, logistics. And they involve the highest added value, while primary production, manufacture, the tangible aspects involve lower added values. And the added value always has to do with the market. Who pays for that, for that added value? And here we have some distribution values involved as well. And this impacts the governance of these global value chains. Another graph by the same source, Duke University. This is for the coffee value chain from San Martin in Peru. And as this forum is held in Peru, I selected this one. And you see several primary activities, inputs, production, storage, and primary processing. All of this takes place in San Martin in the same area. But these are the activities with a lower added value. They are not as well known on the market, whereas sales on the international market or the national market involve higher added value and higher profit. That has to do with labeling, the specificity of the product. I also know by working with regional development agencies in Peru that there is great focus on this kind of work on chains in Peru. And I think this is very interesting. I mean, taking farmers along these chains so that they have more involvement in the most profitable chains or segments of the chain. This is like upgrading their activities. If we think of these circular economy aspects, there is a limit to this approach because emphasis is placed on efficiency, but hand in hand with the product, but does not look the overall system or society at large. So it's a kind of linear view and it ends with consumption, ignoring waste or residue in some of the productive stages. So efficiency is only related to the product and not with the systemic impact caused by production. That's why this approach is criticized, or there is a need to rethink productive chains or value chains against the backdrop of regenerative economy. That is an economy that supports sustainable development. I think this is a very popular image. You see linear economy that's producing, using, yeah, eliminating, has a bigger environmental impact. It's less efficient because there is a lot of waste. Then this idea of recycling economy, recycling mainly waste, it's more efficient, it's more environmentally friendly. And then you have circular economy, which tries to avoid any kind of waste because every single element is reused and even energy is nourished by renewable sources. So this is the vision that should be applied to circular economy. Let's remember, what is circular economy? Well, I would like to emphasize three facets. One has to do with resource optimization. This is the beginning of every productive stage. In design, we have to think of this circularity, the circular aspects, and we should not end the process when the consumer purchases the product. We have to recycle, redo, re. That's more efficient. Another important aspect of circular economy is this idea of an efficient system and taking care of energy, of the resources that are used. So all the externalities are part of the system. And this is a wider view of the circular economy for production. And the last facet is this idea of harmony with nature, not squandering, not wasting, yeah, recycling, reusing. That's why we speak of regenerative economy, which reproduces itself on an ongoing basis. And we do not squander or waste our resources. We don't want any negative or adverse impact on the environment, on the climate, or even on social aspects. So to make it easier for you, I think we could take these two images. We need this linear, the arrow, let's say, and we have to transform it into a circle. There are many benefits in working with productive chains, which make it possible to enter global markets. The division of labor gives access to very interesting markets, but we have to rethink it from a circular point of view. So my idea is speaking of circular value chains, but instead of that, we think we should speak of circles of value. That's the integration of these two concepts, the value chain and the circular economy. And another way to show this idea more graphically and more clearly is this one. You see, in the center, you have the use. It's not so much about owning a product, but the idea is using the use of these goods. I mean, whether I buy it, I rent it, I hire it, whatever. That's the key idea. And then you have multiple elements connected, and these arrows, these circular arrows, yeah, we have to reject certain type of consumption which is not necessary. We have to rethink, will I opt for this kind of production? I mean, more efficient, more environmentally friendly, or not, reducing impact. And then you see these circles: redefine, reproduce, renovate, repair. At the end of the end is recycle or recovering energy. And we want to do away with, yeah, with traditional trash, let's say, waste. So we don't need any more landfills, yeah, for our waste, for our rubbish. That's the main focus of, or the main idea about putting this, the use on center stage. Another graphical way to show this idea is this. You see the conventional linear chain, but you see that we use this R, or these words beginning with R, and we create feedback loops. You see in each link of the chain, you have a connection, and you have design, and we reduce, we replace, and then in the use phase or stage, we try to remanufacture, to repair, to reutilize, and then at the end, recycle. And the idea is to make these cycles increasingly shorter and more efficient. Another key aspect, which is very important for this kind of forum, bringing together people from Latin America and the Caribbean and people from Europe, is this question: value cycles are the same everywhere? Well, obviously the answer is no. The basic concept is the same as I have described, but realities are different in other places. I am here in Germany, and the German reality is different. Let's think of the environmental footprint. Yeah, and that's smaller in Peru. Also, I would like to go deeper into another aspect, which has to do with skills and the competencies that you have in Peru, and that they can be an added value, and a value which is added to this new approach. It has to do with traditions. I'm thinking of the Andean worldview, which is much more friendly with the environment. These ideas about living well and well-being, which is very typical of the Andean countries, and also these habits about repairing, collecting, recycling, all these habits, and they have to be given importance. Labor, well, that's much more economic, so you can take this path. We also see in the German economy where you have more efficient and cleaner production. So there is very little waste. And I think there, you in Peru and in other Latin American countries, you can make your production more efficient. For example, make a more efficient use of energy and other resources. And there you have a great potential. Another aspect or another difference has to do with the social aspect. Many people are involved in recycling. So if we think of circular economy, we have to find and support this recycling. Also, when the most developed economies turn more circular, what happens with a country which exports many resources towards the north, towards Europe? And there you have a kind of threat, I would say, that circularity might pose for certain types of production in Latin America with some undesired impact. This is something which is connected to the beginning of the project, the infrastructure of quality in the Americas. I would like to highlight that it's not only about what businesses do and their business models, but it has to do with public institutions, private sector institutions to support businesses. We speak about the mid-range level or the mid-level, which is very important to support businesses. And I speak about quality infrastructure, which is represented by INACAL in Peru, with different roles to support businesses. So now you have all these ideas about standards. Yeah, and standards setting bodies are working hard in order to coin unified terminology. I would say a unified jargon. So we need to develop precisely this capacity in the region. And then all that has to do with measurement at ENATAL, that's the Inter-American System of Metrology. They ensure traceability and make measurements comparable. So they have to develop these ecologies and technologies for circular economy. And what happens with certification and accreditation? Well, precisely, these are the organizations that give the green light, so to say, to other bodies through technical regulations and standards. And there you need more technical capabilities so that Latin America and the Caribbean can enjoy this kind of institutional fabric to make the best use of these standards and regulations. So when we go back to quality infrastructure, agrarian outreach activities and public services have to be adjusted in order to provide more value to circular economy. Regardless of each company, you have to think that this is a kind of joint effort from society.
I hope these ideas will have given you sufficient food for thought for the debate that will follow. What's important is to know, and this is the message, that we need to merge chains and circularity. And we spoke of value circles, of revaluing our waste, of providing more context to production and value chains for a much friendlier economic development, which solves not only our economic needs, but which also meets our social and environmental needs. So with this, I conclude. Thank you very much. Sally Dujmovic speaking. Thank you, Mr. Ulrich Harmes-Lichte, for having participated and having made your presentation. What you presented was very enriching. We will now welcome Ms. Sofia Rubia, the manager of the Peruvian company Shiwi, and she will be talking to us about the circular value chain in the foodstuff industry, the Shiwi case. Welcome, Ms. Rubio. Go ahead, Ms. Sofia Rubio speaking. Thank you very much, Sally, and thank you for having me. It is an honor to come here to talk to you about this important subject. I have but 10 minutes, so I'll do my best to tell you about Shiwi. Please confirm if you can see my screen shared. Sally, yes, we can see it. Sophia speaking. Thank you, Sally. So, Shiwi is a company that was created 10 years ago. It originally was called Madre de Dios, and in our inception, we had the purpose of facing certain environmental issues in the Amazon, in particular in the Madre de Dios region, with the idea of preserving nature and all products and resources that we get from the wood, especially non-timber forest products, specifically within protected areas. So, by way of providing you with some context, In the woods and in nature in general, we have tons of genetic information and of species that we can eat and that can be used for different ends, such as cosmetics and medicine, but we do not use them because the way the industry was designed over the past 100 or 50 years even has focused on a few species and a few technologies and a few people ultimately. I think the time has come to realize that if we design differently by integrating our biodiversity as nature does, we can better design and have better consequences. As I listened to Ulrich's presentation, I couldn't help but think how much nature tells us of the way we should design, but we haven't listened. We haven't been listening because we've had short cycles, the way we design our packaging, even everything that we now call biomimicking is something that should be further involved in our processes. So this is a scenario to which SHIWI intends to respond. There are different activities that are in direct competition with preservation and what we face: mining, river industries, tree felling, agriculture, deforestation for cattle rearing. That's everything that we've been seeing lately. So maybe this will feed into our final discussion, but what I want to say is that the resources that our culture uses are not always in direct conversation, so to speak. So when the use of a material, a resource, or a piece of packaging, whether it be a sheet of paper or a basket, they're usually disposed of. They're part of the system, meaning that the system will then recycle them. But when we begin to change those elements that we use, that our culture uses as resources, but without an evolution in the culture which will accompany that trend, this is what we get. So this is what SHIWI is. We come as a response to the situation in Madre de Dios, and we mainly create products coming from protected areas. We are gatherers within the Temopata National Reserve, and coming from a concept of a protected natural area with a concept of preservation, we couldn't force fit our product into other elements of the food industry belonging to the conventional model. It was a struggle to us. You know, the foodstuff industry is very complex, and very often we do not realize how hard it is to make preservation and harmlessness of the food match and to add marketing to that, because those are the demands of the end customer. At the end of the day, they want to have beautiful packaging and to feel safe that they're eating healthy food. But on the other hand, those who work on preservation, as we do, will end up finding themselves that sadly, sometimes the packaging needs to be plastic because it's lighter, because it looks better, or it's better in the way the product is presented to the end customer in the end, because it is cleaner. So there's a strong conflict in the packaging industry, in the food industry in particular, and in terms of preservation. So that's interesting. Now, we have tried to include circularity in our company, and in principle, the idea was to design circular products from the very beginning. So it's not just about packaging, but even before that. For instance, we have chestnuts. So we make chestnut oil, and with the residues, so to speak, between inverted commas, because the quality is not poor, we can manufacture other byproducts by minimizing or keeping the waste from the tin at a minimum. In that case, we would have packaging, so paper that's fit for food, cardboard, which has the FBCC seal with responsible or accountable cellulose seal, which is recycled already. But the disadvantage of that is that it makes our product more expensive. And facing the customer, that doesn't always add a market value, not the kind of market value that we intend to provide in any case. So it is, as I was saying, an ongoing challenge to go on designing all of this. You see here these boxes. They're made of wood, of a wood that grows very well in the secondary woods. And we have already developed a craft industry to design and produce these boxes with wood from the balsa tree, with balsa wood, so that they will be reused and not just be used for a cycle. We also work on instructing our consumers on what to do with the product, what to do with the jar or the packaging once the product is finished. So if we use a label, we tell them how to dispose of the label, how to dispose of the glass jar. And I think that is our responsibility as product designers and product producers. Currently, no one makes themselves accountable of what goes on with the packaging after it's been used. But when you walk the beaches, you realize that many companies do not monitor that. And I think it will have to be more and more included within our chains. So there comes the matter of differentiated regulations and policies for different levels of the industry. In other countries, craft producers who sell at a local level or at a departmental level or even regional level need to follow certain regulations in terms of packaging or quality. And when they sell at a national level or when they export even, they have other sorts of regulations that they have to meet, which would allow them to encourage shorter marketing circuits for food such as bread or cookies or any sort of product that has a short life cycle, which should then be marketed at a more local level, making it less necessary to have high-tech packaging. When you buy bulk, for instance, or when we buy at a local producer's market, we will find fresh products that have been craft produced, which will demand less packaging. And that is what's strongest in the case of our industry. And then lastly, I wanted to talk to you about education and awareness raising. I think companies are also responsible for dedicating some of our time, our space, and our marketing to the education of our consumers and all the stakeholders in the chain in a circular way. Without the help of all parties involved to understand the process, it is impossible to manage to impress the importance of circularity upon the minds of all our consumers and all the stakeholders involved. Those were the main points that I wanted to share with you. And in terms of seeing things as a circular flow and not a linear flow, what we do is invite our customers to the source of our chestnuts. And every year we have an open day during which those who wish to come and get to know the species that have been forgotten, the way we manufacture our products, and the importance of circular design, of thinking in a circular fashion, and of making sure we are all on the same page and in tune, so they can all come join this open day and see all of that. That's all I wanted to share with you about Shiwi. There are many more implications within the food industry that we need to solve at different stages of the process, and we're open to collaborating. The smaller craftsmen and smaller manufacturers who make food, we are all open to building a more circular system together. Thank you. Sally speaking. Thank you. We thank Mrs. Sofia Rubio for her participation and for sharing her presentation on the job that she's been doing with Peruvian company Shiwi. Now, going on with our program, we would like to welcome Mr. Juan Camilo Padilla, the Manager of Sustainability in Natura, who will discuss the circular value chain in the cosmetics industry with us and present the Natura case. Mr. Padilla, all yours. Welcome. Juan Camilo Padilla, Natura. Thank you, Sally, and thank you for inviting me. I would like to know whether you can already see my presentation. Ready. I was just listening to the presentation on Shiwi and it was very inspiring. So I would like to seize the chance to congratulate the company and all of the work group. I'm here to talk to you about circularity through our More Beauty, Fewer Residues or Less Waste campaign. Natura has been working on the Amazonia Viva causes, Every Person Matters, Cada Persona Importa, and Más Belleza, Menos Residuos, More Beauty, Less Waste campaigns. And I would like to talk to you and to raise some awareness on the challenges that the cause More Beauty, Less Waste posits to us in Peru. We work through a strategy that proposes projects and programs for circular economy, structural programs that we have been working on with the recycling of waste, but we have also been working on a mobilization strategy. And it is important in that sense to get oil consultants involved. In Peru, there are almost 100,000 consultants in our powerful network. It is a very mighty network of affection and work, of course, which needs to get sustainability involved at its very heart. And it does, actually. And so they are an essential vehicle to begin to communicate the importance of preserving the environment to our customers. So that's how we've been working to raise awareness and to mobilize the end customers and the general citizenship through our consultants. And the third pillar of the strategy is advocacy. We have begun to work with other institutions at a local and global level. We also work with NGOs. We work with governmental institutions and with other stakeholders who share the spirit of generating projects that have to do with our causes. So this is the way that we have been working with the More Beauty, Less Waste campaign. We have developed circular value chains, eco-efficient products and packaging. We have been working on promoting inclusive recycling with people who are dedicated to that. We have mobilized these people who work in recycling, and we have mobilized consumers as well, and have struggled to develop the sector. So as I was saying, when we work together with others, that is through collaboration. As Sylvia was saying at the end of her presentation, I think the key here and the future to begin to see structural changes in the places where we live is to consider the importance of working together. I would like to talk to you about the circular value chains now. What we had done at Natura globally and in the different regions where we're active, because we have more opportunities in certain regions given that the production is local. In others, we distribute our products without that, meaning that we do not work on promoting the increase of recycling rates and the promotion of circular economy. Because once we recover our waste, we can reintroduce it in our chain or in others as well. And we work to make sure innovation in the countries we work continues to advance so that circular economy can progressively be more deeply rooted. So I think that's what we get from our collaboration spirit. Through our collection programs and our recycling products, and recycling programs, we have set ourselves yearly goals. We have begun to generate transformation projects and processes, and we have also consolidated other processes, for instance, in the case of recycling packaging. We also think of designing ecologically, how from our design process or the manufacturing process, we can begin to introduce raw materials that are more sustainable. In terms of our spare parts or the boxes we use, what we do is we reuse the same boxes so as not to get boxes that become waste and then we have to repurchase new boxes from the market. So what we try to do is to reuse boxes to generate less waste. And I was talking about the consumers earlier, and so what we work on is educating, mobilizing, and raising awareness. Since I was 2 in 1983, I'm 40 currently, and you can't tell because I use Natura products on myself. But from 1983 onwards, we have been working on the spare parts strategy. So I was 2, I was still in diapers, but the company was already thinking of how they could generate a lower impact with their strategy, which uses up to 70% less waste for the market. In some products, such as Ecos, which I have here, I tend to moisturize my hands every 1 or 2 hours because I work with the computer a lot. And here, what we use is 100% post-consumer recycled PET. In our perfume shop, we have even up to 100% recycled glass. And one of the key products in Peru has been reworked, and one of our workshops has been working on getting this recycling process underway. So we implemented not just for what we sell at our shops, but for everything we sell to the world in general, because every packaging and bottle comes from Brazil to the world, and that is where we redistribute the bottles. I spoke of goals. Well, we have worked on reducing the waste in our value chain, and we saw the inception of the PSU standard, and we had the opportunity of working on reducing the materials we used in our value chain 3 years before the adoption of the PSU. And we managed to reduce the packaging, the plastic packaging marketed and used in this country by 155 tons. When I spoke of setting goals, the important thing is to work with producers to increase the recycling rates and to promote circular economy. A number of stakeholders are at work today because the producer accountability regulations lead the country to make progress, to advance in terms of the production itself. These standards are already effective in Chile and in Colombia as well. And we have seen alliances between public, private entities and recyclers who all encourage circular economy through the obligations of a standard. But what matters is to always try to exceed norms, to go beyond what is demanded of us. We have been working with the 136 recyclers in Peru, 28 organizations, and we have collected over 661 tons of waste that we have added value to. And we are continuously working to increase the goal, to set a goal that goes beyond the expectations of any standard, but very much in line with what the countries need. I think that is the key message here. Regardless of there being a standard or not, we should get to work together, not just individually, but collectively as well. And I think what we can get from this sense of community is being open to collaboration. And I go back to the previous presentation on this. When we speak of the environment, I think there are no individual egos, but a potential to collaborate. And I think that's the way to go. In this regard, the mobilization of the consumer is something we've been working on, and I mentioned it as a third pillar. With our first project of reverse logistics, we opened the first official flagship Natura store in Huancayo, in Peru. We started to collect empty bottles in October, and over 150 consumers came to the store over the first few weeks and began to exchange with a collection point. So it is very important that we get to work with our consumers, or that we open a point of contact with them so that we can generate education and awareness raising through the importance of separating waste at home and to increase our recycling rates in the country. In our expansion plan for unit-channel stores, we will go on working on this reverse logistics chain so that we can continue to educate and to raise awareness amongst our customers. In terms of sector development, we have been working with the public sector. I already said that, and I think that is one of our responsibilities. Being here and joining you to tell you of how we have been working is also, I think, a part of that. That's telling you that we are here to go on working together to continue to reach agreements. We have managed to strike synergies with other stakeholders in the private market. We have worked with other SMEs, and our interest is that in the Pacific Alliance, all countries should be able to exchange their experiences, to share their learning experiences. In Chile, they had been working on the producers' accountability for a year. In Colombia, they have been working on this for 2 years. So it would be of interest if we could share our experiences so that when we get down to drafting the standard, we can do it by drawing on the lessons that they've learned. So in that sense, we believe the Pacific Alliance would be important to get there. And there's also synergies, which you see there, and which need to be an integral part of the concept so that we can continue to progress on that. That is the end of my presentation, More Beauty, Less Waste. It is a campaign that moves us, and we have been working in a structured fashion on it for quite a while, as I was saying. In our products, we also have several brand differentials with which we are very open to continue to exchange with you, to share, and to take part in the conversation. I will share my email address with you so that we can find those synergies. That's juanpadilla@natura.net. So I think it's important that we continue to have this discussion to be able to make more progress for the country and the world. Sally speaking. Thank you. We thank Mr. Padilla for having participated. He has told us of the development of circular value chains and what they have been doing from Natura to foster it. We will now welcome Mr. Manuel Albaladejo, the representative of the United Nations for Industrial Development in Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, and Paraguay. Mr. Albaladejo will present the circular value chain in the aluminum industry. Go ahead, Mr. Albaladejo. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think you have to allow me to share my screen. Go ahead. You can share it now. No, I get the message that another participant is sharing. Now, yes. Thank you. So, I guess you can see my screen now. Good, thank you. I would like to thank the European Union and all the Peruvian ministries for the invitation. We are the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and I am the representative of the regional office in the Southern Cone in South America. We work on circular economy, and this is one of the main topics and areas of work. Today, we would like to share with you some evidence from technical cooperation projects and some studies that we have been conducted in the aluminum sector. These are very good and specific business cases. I will be mainly speaking about the sector in general. And I would like to demonstrate the importance of circularity in many sectors, which can create lots and lots of benefits. Let's see if I can show the next slide. Sorry, I'm not allowed. It's not allowing me. Let's see if I can sort of restart. Can you see it now? Yes. I cannot go forward. I don't know why. You can try using the small arrows. Okay, I'll try once again. Otherwise, we find another solution. I guess you can see the screen. Yes. Yeah, perfect. That's great. Sorry. So if we think of the theory of value chain distribution from the traditional point of view that we have studied in college and that we apply those, I mean, those of us involved in industrial issues. So there are several elements. Sorry, I'm having issues with this. I don't know if it's a glitch or it's myself. I apologize. Maybe you can right click. Okay, I'll do it this way then. Yeah, can you see the screen? Yes. We can, don't worry, we'll take care of that. We will center it. So as I was saying, if we think of the value chain distribution theory, we will have this kind of curve, like a smile. Yeah, you see on the one hand, innovation, and on the other, production and distribution and marketing. Normally what happens is that we have high value aggregation in the first stages of production, design, so on. And then we have an increase in added value at the end of the value chain. You have manufacture, and there's lower added value. That's why production has been decentralized and outsourced to developing countries, which have been responsible for assembly and manufacture, for subsequent sale. That's the traditional theory of the value chain. You see, there is no circularity there. Where is circularity to be found there? Well, nowhere. If we think of all these new concepts, we are going toward redesigning, rethinking productive processes. We are going through innovation and the sale of a service and not of a product. And when we speak of manufacture, we are thinking about or starting to consider these virtuous golden circles. We remanufacture, we reproduce, we recover if we are more efficient when using resources, if we make an efficient use of energy. So it's very important to start embracing these virtuous cycles to see and understand how circularity can be applied to value chains. I will give you a specific example from the aluminum sector. The aluminum sector has some very simple characteristics from the point of view of production. This is mainly on bauxite, the production of alumina, and the alumina is the input which is used to manufacture aluminum. This would be like the linear definition or description, but you see that many resources are wasted. You see 4 or 5 tons of bauxite to produce 1 ton of aluminum. In the case of aluminum recycling, you need only 1.1 ton of recycled aluminum to get the same amount of material, of our raw material, I would say, or primary aluminum. And the traditional way in which we understand this chain value, there is a primary sector, and many countries in Latin America produce this aluminum. And then you go to semi-finished or more sophisticated products. I mean, you can apply this to any other sector. You see, we are using the code from the HAS. And there is an additional code there, which is for aluminum recycle. That's the scrap, the waste. So from the traditional point of view and the definition of the value chain in this sector, what we see is that this capacity that countries have to process and reprocess the process constitutes an added value. So a country goes from exporting the commodity to semi-finished goods or completely finished goods. You can see a sharp increase in the value, and value is used as a proxy, which has to do with the cost per unit. That's what the international market costs per 1 kilogram. And where can we find the circularity? Because circularity is important. But why do we consider it important? And before delving fully into the aluminum sector, I wanted to show some slides which are important to understand what's going on in the international market of industrial waste. Well, waste is considered something which is useless, yeah? Rubbish, trash generated by the industrial sector which cannot be used. But reality shows that industrial waste is becoming more and more useful, and it's growing more than average trade on the international market. You can see between 2000 and 2018, the sale of industrial waste has increased around by 12%, whereas international trade grew by 7%. And in Latin America, this is very similar. So what we have is industrial waste, which is being produced, and someone on the international market is purchasing it, and this increases its value. And here on this screen, we might think that waste is produced in rich countries and sent to poor countries. No, that's not the reality. Reality is that rich countries produce waste, but they also import industrial waste. They import and export, I would say. So this shows that industrial waste is not really waste, it's more a resource which can create more value. And this, I mean, can be considered a commodity, I would say. This is just an example that not every waste is the same. So they have some more importance on the international market than others. One thinks electronic waste, and something different is leather or textile waste. Some industries are completely circular because they can recycle most of their own goods or products without losing any quality. They can be recycled and recycled and recycled. And this has an impact on the value attached to these goods. And going back to aluminum, I wanted to show you what happens with recycling in this case and the importance of circularity. What you can see on this graph is the difference between the unit price between the alumina. This is what comes from bauxite, let's say, and the price per kilogram of aluminum waste. You see, there's a huge difference in the price of one and the price of the other. Why so? Why is this waste so valuable? Because it generates savings, that generates efficiencies. You don't need to produce so much bauxite or so much alumina. You don't need to extract the resource from the earth. And you don't have to waste to pay for that. And you see savings. You don't need so many chemicals. Environmental impact is less. And the most important thing is the cost associated to energy, because you don't need to use up so much electricity. If you use recycled aluminum, you need more electricity to produce aluminum. So this has led to a specific and special situation. Some countries or some blocs like the European Union, Germany in particular, they are changing their input matrix in order for them to resort more to pure raw materials or secondary commodities. You see, the aluminum, one coming from alumina and the other one, the orange, coming from waste. You see that today, waste, aluminum waste, has somehow replaced the aluminum coming from alumina. And today, some countries are big importers or recyclers, and they import and export for the product to be used as a recycled product. And this is what we see more and more frequently. This is a firm from Uruguay, which deals with non-ferrous metals. They don't melt them because it's very expensive in Uruguay. You see, they make up this kind of cubes, aluminum cubes. They export them mainly to Brazil or some other countries. This is from Chile, a company called Midas. This is a mining country, and it's curious. You have this kind of urban mining firm. This is a kind of secondary commodity, I would say. And what they do, they produce inputs, but this doesn't come from real mining or from extractive mining, but this comes from urban mining activities. You see, and this is perfect for some industrial sectors. So in order to conclude my presentation, what I wanted to say and insist on, the circular economy has great spillover effect. There are many challenges, of course, because many of these goods and products cannot be recovered, let's say, or it's much more difficult to recover them. In some sectors, this kind of recovery is easier, very, very easy, and much more profitable than traditional manufacturing. So after this short presentation, I would like you to visit our website to become more familiar with our work and the technical assistance or technical cooperation project that we work on. We want to give support to countries in order for them to transition towards circular economy, so that we can all better understand the meanings of circularity. We should not believe in everything we are said. We want to test this through our own eyes, and this should be viewed from our own context, because Latin America is different from other regions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alba Ladejo. Thank you for describing the circular value chain in the aluminum sector. So we are wrapping up the first plenary session. We thank all the panelists who have joined us this morning. And now we will start the discussion panel, which will be moderated by Mr. Marcos Alegre, Executive Director of GEA Group, and a former senior official of the Ministry of the Environment. Mr. Alegre, you have the floor. Thank you very much. And a big thank you to all the panelists for their great presentations. I will try to be efficient. I will try to make an efficient use of my time because we are running late. But, the presentations gave me lots of food for thought, because we don't have to speak only about how much we recycle and all the R's. Today we have to start thinking more about productivity, the productivity of the materials we use, because at the end of the day, the idea is to make a more efficient use of our resources, so that per each unit, per each kilogram or pound, we can get the most benefit and the highest output possible. So I would like to introduce our panelists. Ms. Carolina Ramirez, Director for Economic Studies at the Ministry for Agrarian Development and Risk, Mr. Espinosa, Mr. Valareso, and Mr. Paloma Duarte, CEO of Misha Rastrera. The panel will involve 2 questions. So there will be 2 rounds of questions for the debate. Each panelist will be given 4 minutes to answer each question. without further ado, I will just delve into the first question. You will answer in the name in which I have introduced you. So, first question, what's your opinion about the presentations we have seen? What's your uptake? Where can the main opportunities be found for the implementation of circular value chains in Peru? So, Carolina Ramirez, you have the floor first to answer the question. Thank you. Ms. Ramirez, you have the floor. Sorry, I'm afraid we cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes. Sorry, I was having a technical issue. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. And the presentations have been very interesting and very varied. In the farming world I belong to, well, you know, that's why I focus on some aspects of the presentations. Well, general comments regarding the opportunities that the future may have in store for us. I was thinking of the first presentation. I was thinking of this company, Chiwi. We have seen that they have been doing very hard work. I just visited their website. I was what they say about bees and sustainability, which is very important for the farming sector in Peru, because we need development with this ecological view, because circularity contributes to our ecosystem's health, and this may reduce the impact that might be caused by productive activities. In farming world, there are many different products and different ways of distribution. So I was thinking about short distribution channels, for instance, to have a closer contact with farmers and producers in order to help them grow their income. And so we can have a closer relationship with them, and they can access more benefits. And this is part of the circularity, because thus we can reduce the number of intermediaries. I mean, I don't mean to say that intermediaries are a negative factor. What I mean is that if there are more intermediaries, there is a more intensive use of resources. And sometimes these might affect the income generated by farmers, for instance, or producers, because they don't necessarily get what the end user pays. So I think that there is something important which has to do with the digital world and digitization in order to give more power to these short chains, which will contribute to doing this transition towards circularity. Because if we have more inclusion in the financial world, in the technological world, these small firms or small producers can enjoy a more direct inclusion within the productive chain. I think that my time is up. I will wrap up here and then maybe we can continue. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carolina, and thank you for sticking to your time. Now I give the floor to Edson Espinosa from the Ministry of the Environment. Sorry, from the Ministry of Production. I apologize. It's a pleasure to see you again. it's good to see new faces, and because that's good, because this widens our networks. This shows that there are many, many people, yeah, behind the scenes, academia, international cooperation. We all believe it's important to promote a transition towards circularity. Regarding the question, I'm trying to be efficient in the use of my time. You know, all the presentations have been fantastic, but I would like to highlight is that all the progress we have seen, this is not seen only in the conceptual development of circularity. This has already been grounded. And if we think about practical experiences, we was mentioned by colleague, you see this in cosmetics, in food, in metallurgy, in the case of aluminum, and this nourishes this empirical basis, which demonstrates that circularity is not just a theory or an aspiration, but benefits are tangible, are concrete. And of course, this makes it increasingly easier to replicate those experiences that we want to apply. Of course, this is the start, but of course, there's a long way ahead. Someone mentioned that each country has its own reality, its context. I mean, whether social, legal, economic, and value cycles are different. Here are different there. And, in Latin America, there's a lot that can be done, but we have huge potential. That's why, for example, we as the public sector, the government, we have to get involved together with international partners in order to achieve the goal we want. Then I have another comment regarding the second question, because the main opportunities that we can see have to do, I will start with a macro idea, a macro comment, I would say. This is all very incipient, I would say. This is the very beginning. Yeah, this is just the start. Yeah. If we think of circularity at the local level, but this does not necessarily mean that there are no initiatives which have made lots of progress. There are some fantastic cases and examples that have been shown today, Natura and Shiwi locally. And we know about other initiatives that are being developed. So there is progress. Of course, we still need to discuss some initiatives. We have to recognize that some initiatives or circular initiatives are really circular. So, we are in close contact with some companies, and we know about some companies which are applying some circular concepts, but they do not consider them circular because maybe they don't know the definition. For them, it's just new measures. They don't realize that they are going a step forward because they apply these measures, they fully embrace circularity without knowing that. I mean, in steel, in food, drinks, in many sectors, they have implemented all these actions. Mainly, they are focused on resources, energy, waste reduction. And of course, they are trying to reduce impact and costs. These initiatives have to do with big companies at present. So the challenge ahead is to have a kind of minimum circularity benchmark in order to close the circularity gap, to detect the sectors which have made the most progress and those who are lagging behind, in order for us to be able to implement differential interventions in order to attain the desired outcomes. In some cases, we will have to start from scratch. And some small companies are like the driving force in the local economy in small towns. Thank you very much. Your microphone. So fantastic. A second question to speak about challenges. And we have to continue with what you said, but now I have to give the floor to Remy from Pura University to learn about his uptake. I would like to congratulate the panelists, all those who made wonderful presentations. To be quick, I have seen or detected three opportunities. The first one is to try to see circular economy from a systemic point of view. I think Ulrich, Sofia, Juan, and Manuel, they all spoke about this. You have to see the social link. And I see from my point of view, research, and we have to go beyond. We have to go beyond waste. How can we reduce waste? How can we reduce inequality? How can we reduce the use of energy, natura? Yeah, these recyclers, these families, yeah, might become part of the formal economy. Yeah, and they are part of the formal employment or labor world. How can we develop small industrial hubs with responsible innovation in some companies, or maybe entrepreneurship networks? I think of Shiwi. They are beginning here. That's very interesting. I love that. I love that business model and how we can support these ventures locally for them to become more international. My second aspect, I would say, is how can academia try to promote this work? How can we conduct scientific research in the country? The problem is that in Peru is that we lack information. We don't have data. How can we conduct these qualitative studies in order to fully understand the reality of the country? Many times we try to impose a model coming from developed countries, and sometimes we have a different context. Things happen here, that sometimes they could learn from us in certain aspects, and because we have a different relationship with nature or because of other reasons. It's important because we can complement these institutions, legislation, rules, regulations, etc. From the organizational point of view, what capabilities are being developed by companies? We can see that in the case of Wichi, and at the micro level, values, attitudes, what can happen within institutions in order to make changes. And at the end of the day, important role of universities, of colleges. We can complement the teaching and education imparted by businesses for the benefit of students, how we can give them more skills, better skills. Because maybe companies management has to make a kind of call, a call for students to learn and join these businesses. How can I promote these changes? How can I encourage these people? I mean, it's not only about making loads of money, because we need also to provide training, to teach, etc. So, and I will wrap up here. Thank you. I will end here. Thank you, Remy. Then we have a second round of questions to complement your contributions. Now I will give the floor to Paloma from Misha Rastrera. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you for the invitation. Everything has been very interesting. It's important to see circularity from the point of view of the global south. There are many experiences or experiences that we have here which are circular, and sometimes we give more importance to the theory of how it should be implemented. This is important to be considered. Ulrich spoke about the circularity of developed countries, which can be a threat to non-developed countries. And the circularity of large companies can pose a threat to micro and small companies. When you give value to certain circularity and when you have certain access, that's an economic issue. I mean, being circular is costly. So those who can afford those processes are large companies, and micro companies and small companies, yeah, you know, the most in Peru are those which are somehow forced or excluded from this process. And many are doing things. For example, recyclers are a clear example of a circularity case. And socially, they are seen as people handling rubbish. And it has to do with what we said. If we don't think or we don't implement a cultural change in society, it's not something that has to be written on a piece of paper or just a seal. This has to be a cultural transformational process. And this is where we should involve the state. State should not impose us as a standard to be complied with. We need a more comprehensive view. The state should see how they create loans, what conditions, what requirements, and how this topic is introduced into new companies. Because companies need funding, and the state is a source of funding. In the case of my company, you know, we normally apply for this type of award, and what we have seen is that this issue is more frequently taken into account, is considered an alternative, not necessarily the gist, like an accessory. Sometimes I feel it's taken into account because it sounds good, it's politically correct, but this should be only survival option, and we should consider it as such. So this is very important. We have a huge potential as a country. There's a lot to be done, and we have the potential, but we will not be able to do it if the state does not implement aggressive policies to implement changes. I mean, we speak a lot about packaging. I mean, this differential packaging, because that should depend on the destination. But we don't have any kind of regulation about it that might help those companies that use less packaging or which use no packaging at all. The micro businesses don't have the resources. They cannot get inputs of this kind. I was talking to some colleagues, PET, I mean recycled PET for cosmetics. In our case, we are a small company and we don't have the capacity to produce it. It's very complex. What's the only alternative? The cheapest thing, the best for the planet, yeah, new PET. So how can we change our mindset? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paloma. We have a few more moments now to deal with the second question that is related to challenges, right? What are the challenges and the difficulties that we face in making that value chain, as Ulrich was saying, more circular? So that we do not merely have linearity. So thinking of the challenges we have to face as countries, as policymakers, as academia, I wanted to now yield to Carolina to ask her to share with us what the challenges she thinks we face as a country are. Carolina speaking. Thank you, Marcos. Well, in the case of agriculture, the challenges are multiple. And I know circular economy is a novelty to many sectors, but in the case of farming and agriculture, the two are very closely related. We were almost born circular, but we haven't been benefiting from that. So there are a number of challenges in the structural viewpoints, such as small parcels and small facilities, which do not allow us to have high efficient, coordinated production as is the case elsewhere because we are small holdings. And we have issues with pricing in the market, technical assistance, which would lead to a better productive efficiency, funding, which other panelists mentioned, but also the challenges that producers face. On top of all the other challenges they need to face in order to be able to make their production, they have this added challenge to try and be more circular or to try and be sustainable in the way they produce. And so we need encouragements so that business plans prioritize certain circular principles so that they can begin to incorporate them into their processes. Then there's a matter of employment, food security, and I think it is important to say and sum it up as saying that it is important to make the shift towards circular economy for producers. I know everything we've said is very encouraging. It sounds great. It brings hope in the sense that we need to go through it and all the rest. But all that comes at a cost. Changes do not come for free. And for those who have a difficulty in accessing funding, new opportunities, the challenges are twice as many because they need to see them the opportunity. This is not one more cost that they need to estimate as part of their costs, but rather this has to be something that generates revenue for them. That would be the incentive for them to want to join in that path. And so in that sense, what we need to do is to make opportunities more visible because certain costs will come up for the transition. And at the same time, they will generate new business opportunities in the sense that it will no longer be producing just potatoes. I can now also make compost. I should check that additional business line in selling that to the community, which would generate more revenue for me. And there are many other examples and practices that exist in that case, and they don't even know that it is part of circular economy, but it is. And in the end, it can lead to this industrial symbiosis between the agricultural sector and others. Instead of disposing of what used to be considered waste, such as the skins, the leaves, the stems, all that can be used as fiber to manufacture new products. And that even goes beyond the agricultural way because it can be fed to animals, it can be used as compost. It can also be used in the manufacture of textiles and garments or other circular products, such as toothbrushes that now use bamboo to close the chain, right? And so, to conclude, we need to make the transition profitable. And there are countless challenges that we face in our sector, added to climate change, which of course you have all heard of and the implications of which we'll know. But this agricultural change will also lead to shortening our crop cycles, sowing earlier, and all the rest. But this all adds up to the great challenges we face. Those are my comments. Thank you. Marcos Alegre speaking. Thank you, Carolina. And yes, clearly, we speak of circular economy here. I would now like to invite Edson to discuss the challenges we have here and how he sees them from Produce. What your viewpoint is. Edson speaking. Thank you, Marcos. As for the second question, I would like to structure the context of the challenges that we have seen in three challenges: institutionality, the incentive instruments, as Carolina has already mentioned, and Paloma very well explained it as well, and the point of interest and information. Why? Because with institutionality, we discussed the state as a promoter of the transition, for competitiveness, for productivity, and for all the efforts that the different sectors are undertaking. A sample of that would be this event. So from the regulatory standpoint, we have incentives, and I'm thinking here of what Paloma was saying a few minutes ago, in the sense that there is no standard in the state that promotes or benefits the companies that use biodegradable packaging or to promote the use of such packaging within the context of what Chiwi was presenting during her presentation. There is no differentiated packaging. There is differentiated packaging for the different markets. So for the local and internal market, they can have a certain type of packaging, which would reduce the impact of the packaging, which is a transition component. It is not the center of the consumption. It's something that will be disposed of. So it is part of a cultural mindset, but it must also be integrated into the context and the vision of the authorities and the public entity, because they are the ones who will be dictating the guidelines without the market being able to dictate it as a usual practice. But there is a role of promotion that we need, because it all works based on incentives. And we are discussing circular economy, how the dynamics of encouragements work. What is the incentive there? Well, the revenue or the benefit that I can derive from that. And that's what we've been working on. Surely this afternoon we will have more time to discuss it. But these enabling conditions, which from the regulatory viewpoint, from the technical instruments viewpoint, can be used to favor the transition. Now, with those incentives, we move on to the second stage, which is funding. It is essential that we fund the initiatives that are already underway, because there are already startups and small undertakings that are beginning to yield results. And what matters is seeing how that can be scaled, how their scope can no longer be reduced in the context of their planned growth, and how to inject it with strength, with stamina, to make sure the project, which had intended to grow within 8 years, that it can grow within 4. And this is beneficial not just to the ecosystem of the companies themselves, but for green companies, companies with a purpose, which have an awareness of this. So it is important for the market to make them more visible. In this sense, it is also important to fund those who do not know what to do. And it's not just about giving them money. The idea here is to fund consulting, ADO consulting, as is the case with certain projects for the Callao port, to fund the development of the identification of viability and technological adoption, or what a company can do to be greener and more sustainable. If a company is not aware of this, they might have the theory, but do not know how to apply it. Well, in that case, it's also important to approach them, to say, here you go. Here's a consultant, here's an expert. They will be able to tell you what you can do inside, within your plant, or as I was saying, through symbiosis schemes with other activities in your sector or with other agri-productive sectors. We have a historic relationship with the industrial and agricultural sectors, so that can be articulated. We speak here of direct funding from the public treasury with certain funds, such as those from Innovate, or through private entities and financial entities, such as banks. We have already seen banks which had credits for green undertakings at much lower rates. So the idea is to be able to find out which ones are being offered currently and to enable access for bigger and smaller companies so that everyone is aware of those opportunities. And then international funds as well. We should facilitate access to those international funds. And that is a role of the state through companies such as labs. Trying to respect time, one last item in terms of information. We have interest, the third eye. We need to work on strengthening capabilities, both of the industrial operator who has already better internalized what the benefits are and what the benefits of circularity are, to make those who do not have it as clearly incorporated see what the benefits, both tangible and intangible, of it are. Manuel very well explained it during his presentation on the production cycle of aluminum. When there's a reduction of costs, that should be an incentive for the business person, who should say, of course, it is an investment. I will have to invest a certain budget, but it will be repaid over time and I will have a double benefit. We have the tangible benefit with the reduction of costs, and then the intangible, which is the consumer's views on our company, because we are reducing an impact on the environment that will directly reduce the organizational impact. And this is the case of Natura, how they train their sales force with the resellers so that they can be their spokespeople with the consumers. And that helps the message not to stay within the company, but to be conveyed to the customers. They are the end of this loophole, of the circle. Those who buy are the ones who push the market from the bottom up. With public policy, we push it from the top down. But the idea is to close the cycle, close the circle, and move that this is not just a requirement from the public sector with standards, but it is a market demand, because the more eco-responsible consumers in this concept of green consumers is on the rise. And that is the case of certain markets, such as the European one, where certain labels are more appreciated on products. Products with such labels are more consumed. And in the case of Latin America and Peru, we should see this as a factor to ally ourselves to. And what I loved from Chewy's presentation was that she was saying, if it's cheap to you, then it'll come at a cost to the planet. And that's where we need to shift our mindset to see when the investment is in costs and in resources from the company to make an improvement for the company and for the population and for the environment. So there we will see ourselves as change agents. Marcos speaking. Thank you very much, Edson. Now I would like to ask Remy to share with us what the views from the academic sector are in terms of the challenges we need to face. Remy Valeres is speaking. Thank you, Marcos. Well, one of the challenges that come to mind, and I will go back to what Paloma and Carolina said in the comments, and that's the fact that we add value to what small producers and small businesses are doing for the consumer. So here we try to understand certification processes. There is an asymmetry in that, and we consider it to be bridged with these measures. But what we have seen is that the consumer will value it because there will be many different options in the market, which we get lost with. There's so many certifications. Some come from foreign markets, and they will not necessarily generate a competitive advantage to me. They will not involve any value, and we will begin to lose competitiveness from our peers. Some companies may be very green, very responsible ecologically. Other companies will not necessarily be applying those circular changes. And through our research, what we've seen is that there are information asymmetries that come after their certification, which gives way to a number of possibilities where the companies could be losing value in that signal that they send to the market. And they therefore decide to abandon this certification because there are so many different labels available. So I think it is very important to know how we make those initiatives, such as that of Chewy in Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, bring value to us. And I think it is very important to see what these companies are doing. It's a shame that we would lose that value because of the many certifications that exist. And then it is very important to connect the purpose with the company's profitability. The profitability of a company is very important, of course. It needs to be profitable, but I think it needs to have a purpose. And from the academic viewpoint, one of our mistakes was that we've been trying to find this business case. And the company begins to see it in terms of an investment, purchasing a plant or a piece of equipment. So the views there will differ from the financial view of a business to the investment in a circular economy, where we will already have seen how long-term those investments will yield a revenue. If we think of financial investments in general, we expect to get returns within a year or two. And I think that's where the big challenge comes in. We need to show the consumer the value of what we're doing so that they will appreciate the positive effects of what we're doing on biodiversity, and not just focus on revenue, but to connect it with the purpose and to see how we generate a collaboration with the different interest groups, with the competitors, and how we measure impact. And that's important because we do not yet have any specific indicators of this, no parameters. We're very good at measuring the financial results of what we do with our balance sheets, but how can we measure the pollution rates, what our carbon footprint is? So I think it's important to discuss this with the entrepreneurs, with companies, with the government, in order to raise awareness regarding this. That's the end of my intervention. Thank you. Marco speaking. Thank you, Remy. I agree. I completely agree. Paloma, can you discuss the challenges that we have to face? Paloma Duarte speaking. Well, I think to a great extent, the challenges we face as a country and as a community are those that have already been presented. I think it is important to go back to what Natura was saying about actively involving the consumer in the process. How to get them involved? How can we make sure the process is not seen as an expenditure? And I think it is important to understand this, because that's the first thing that comes to mind when you are running a business. That process shouldn't mean that you will go broke, that your company will go bankrupt in order to make this change. And I think that's the only thing that's left. So that's a big challenge, I think. And it's about generating ecosystems that can supply one another to have more and more sustainable companies that incorporate circular economy without making it a reinvention of the wheel, because that's what it ends up being. But I think it is a huge industrial challenge. At the industrial level, the challenge is finding the suppliers to make this processes possible. In the case of my company, we measure our carbon footprint through what we recycle, through the waste we recycle, because we have joined another undertaking, which is Simba, and they measure our waste monthly. It is a cost that we have assumed because we think it is important to do it. We have owned up to it, but we think it is important to do it because we have a company that we would like to have for the rest of our lives. And so the system that grows and the opportunities that come about through innovation can lead to the creation of spaces within which we can connect and make things easier. That is paramount. On the other hand, another challenge is decision making and what the state is doing vis-a-vis that. And there are things to be done in that regard. We need to do things more effectively. And us as companies applying circular economy should begin to demand that that is done. We should begin to discuss this. Consumers will not be convinced overnight of which product they should choose and how to choose it. But as a state that's accompanying the process, we can demand that they accompany us. And in that sense, we can create incentives from the government, not just economic incentives, but also a number of waivers and reductions, which is something that we do not always speak of. Let's think taxes. There are things we're doing better. We're also reducing the state's expenditure in doing things better. So it's also important that we speak of these thorny questions, these thorny issues. But the challenge is to do things better and to get better organized to make sure all this is not just discussed amongst companies and undertakings, but also at the state level, at the consumer level. Marcos Alegre speaking. Thank you very much to all members of the panel for their contributions. I would now like to make a final remark on the matter. I have the privilege of being working on a project with UNEP on case studies in Latin America and the Caribbean, case studies on circular economy and value chains. The project is coming to an end and we will share it once it is complete. It's about state policies and consistent product practices in the different countries. And what we see is that many companies, in most of the cases, in any case, are circular companies with a value chain that looks from the top down. They look downstream, but the idea is for companies to begin to consider their value chains upstream with their suppliers, with the materials, the raw materials, the energy that they use. Downstream, the experience is very good. There are many good recycling experiences, but there is not that much experience in considering this holistic view as was presented earlier. Another matter to be underscored is the power of the company to move the private market through sustainable public procurement, because they purchase 10 to 15% of GDP. So they're amongst the biggest buyers and they can have a very strong influence in the company's decision making. And aside from the government, us as consumers with consumption and sustainable production, with SDG number 12, we can have much more strength. That's what we see on an everyday basis. With our purchase decisions, we have much more power to show how we want things to be. If we are informed, we will be looking for products with the right pricing, but which will have been produced with a social and environmental accountability. For the government, it is essential through our public policy to generate and promote strategies with eco labels to be able to keep the consumers informed of what it is that they're purchasing. I would like to thank you all once again. Thank you to all the panelists and thank you to all those who have joined for this session from the International Circular Economy Forum. I would now like to invite you to go on following the forum, and I would like to welcome Mrs. Maria Mesonero, the representative of the Danish Embassy in Peru, as she will be moderating the next panel. Thank you very much. Sally Duimovic speaking. Thank you, Mr. Marcos Alegre, the Executive Director of COGEA, and thank you to all the participants of the discussion panel. We will now move on to the second panel with the roundtable segment that has been entitled The Conditions and Pre-Requirements for the Implementation of Roadmaps Towards the Circular Economy in the Fishery and Agricultural sectors. This is sponsored by the Danish Embassy in Peru. To moderate the panel, we welcome Mrs. Maria Mesonero, representative of the Danish Embassy. Maria Mesonero speaking. Thank you very much and welcome. Welcome to this roundtable. I think given that time is limited, we should directly move on to the panels. My name is Maria Mesonero. I head the commercial sector of the Danish Embassy in Peru, and I will be moderating this panel today. We had intended to have a welcome to the round table by the ambassador Jens Gottfredsen, who sadly had to travel to Denmark at the last minute and is now on board a plane. So before he left a recording with his greetings, and we will now share it. Good morning. My name is Jan Godfredsen, and I'm the ambassador of Denmark in Peru. I would like to warmly welcome all participants at the forum to this roundtable on the pre-requirements for the implementation of roadmaps on circular economy in different sectors, as part of the 4th International Forum on Circular Economy in Peru. First and foremost, I would like to thank our partners in this roundtable, the Ministry of Agricultural Development, the Ministry of Production, the Association of Agricultural Producers Unions in Peru, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. Your contribution has been of great value. As the title says it, we would like to focus on the pre-requirements for the implementation of circular economy in Peru for this roundtable, both from the companies and governments' viewpoints, what governments need to do in terms of policies, and what the experiences of the companies themselves have been. To do so, we have invited a number of companies from different groups to tell us of what their paths towards circular economy have been and what the challenges they have met are. From Denmark, we have wanted to contribute to this international forum on circular economy, precisely because we consider sustainability and circular economy to be the underpinnings of the green economy of the future. From the public space, we need to generate the optimal conditions to make sure the economy can have a green support, but the companies also need to make their best to review their production mechanisms, given that this is also a business. In Denmark, we have managed to set ambitious goals for the reduction of emissions in the agricultural sector. For instance, in a joint venture between the public sector and the unions. Many Danish companies have understood that in order to survive in the current market, they need to work on sustainable production. I hope with this roundtable, we will continue to foster these trends. With this, I would now like to inaugurate this roundtable, and I hope that the discussions and the ideas exchange will be enriching to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as I was saying before, this roundtable will deal with the topics of forest, agriculture, fisheries regarding circular economy. So we have two panels. The first one will will deal with the conditions from the public policy perspective, and the second one will touch upon a number of concrete steps of companies and institutions that have started this journey towards the circular economy from the different perspective of this roundtable. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who comes from the prior meeting, Carolina Ramirez, who comes from the Development Ministry and Irrigation of Peru, who will talk about public policies for circular economy in the forestry and agriculture sectors. Carolina, you have the floor. Good afternoon, and thank you again for having invited me. I will talk about the presentation of agricultural policy, who has a face-to-face meeting, and his participation at this very meeting is difficult right now. Regarding the question of, I understand how we should work with the private sector to work towards the circular economy. Is that correct, Maria, what you said? Yes, the idea is to make a presentation on how from the mid-agri you work on the conditions needed for the forestry and agricultural sectors to work. And then we will move to the questions and the debate on what the roundtable is supposed to be doing. Thank you. We have certain conditions. On the one hand, this year, we have approved the conditions. Just a second, please, says Carolina. Sorry, Maria. I was talking about the conditions to work, and I was telling you that we have three main purposes. So one of them is the development of a circular economy. The first is for the sustainable handling of natural resources. The second one is to improve the subsistence material. So we have to reduce the critical mass, which throughout the years has been working in conditions that do not guarantee all of the needs we have, and they make it more vulnerable. So there are some opportunities that we find to add some elements of circular economy from an environmental perspective to reduce the impact, and also to be able to work on competitive development. There is a pressure fighting vying for the same natural resources that are needed to make sure all of these projects are possible. On the other hand, we have to look for new business opportunities for our farmers so that they can actually see that there is a room for opportunity in circular economy, which not only makes them improve their main production process, but that they can find new businesses. And now talking only about the circular economy, last year, we have started to work on a roadmap for the agricultural sector. This would be the main legal framework that we need to carry out many of the actions that we have in the pipeline. This roadmap has been traced on a participatory style with a number of workshops with the academia, the regions, the private sector, and so on. And we have introduced a pre-publishing of this document, from which we have gathered a number of comments, and presently we are reviewing those comments in depth of all of the actions that have been established, the indicators, the deadlines, the timelines, and so on, and the people responsible. In this case, it would be different parts of the agricultural sector that is either public or private, like Agro Idea that work within the Midagri, which is the Ministry of Agriculture for us, all kinds of stakeholders working under the auspices of the ministry. And with all of them, we had a number of talks both last year and this year, and we are now facing the last stages of the roadmap, which we hope will be approved this year, before the end of this year. And then we should have the regulatory and legal frameworks requested in order to implement the ideas that have been established therein. In general terms, I would like to add that there are a number of topics that have been examined, focused, for example, on the development of circular models, on the cultural aspect of the circular economy, so that we can promote that from all different perspectives. And as part thereof, there are groups that have to focus on the corresponding actions. I don't know if I'm not going late, but I think this is just good for introductory purposes. Thank you, Carolina, says Maria Mesona, and thank you very much for your experience on the participation model of the roadmap of circular economy, because it is right at the center of the roundtable that we have organized for today. I will move to English now because
Tranholm Nielsen, who is a policy advisor at the Climate and Energy Division of the Danish Agriculture and Food Council. Esben will talk about the public-private partnerships for green transition in the agri-sector in Denmark. So please, Esben, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here to do a presentation. I hope you can hear what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll just share my screen here. Hopefully that is visible as well.
Yes.
Good. Yes, I'm here to talk about the experience of how we work with green transition of the agri sector in Denmark. Let's see. First of all, my name is Esben Tranholm. I'm a Chief Policy Advisor at the Danish Agriculture and Food Council. And the Danish food sector, what the organization I represent is a private organization representing farmers and the food industry. So we are a private enterprise. The Danish food cluster, just to give you a short overview of it, is pretty much the entire value chain organized in one food cluster. We have all the primary sectors, we have a lot of processing sectors, and we have all the agro, genetics, bioenergy, whatever comes around a food cluster also organized in Denmark. So we go the full value chain. And in this perspective, you have all parts working together, trying to get it all right in terms of being sustainable, finding climate reductions, and circular economy. And just to give you an example of the extent of our food cluster, well, pretty much most of what we do in Denmark is being exported, which is also, from my perspective, very unique. Anyway, just a very short run through. I'll go into the more interesting details. As you know, we have a lot of national climate goals. We have a lot of national climate goals in Denmark, globally, European, and on a national level. And the top ones, you also know the ones from the European Union. But what you probably don't know is the Danish context of us having a 70% reduction target in Denmark, which is pretty much the setting the bar for everything we do in Denmark in terms of our climate and sustainability agenda. Let's go down a bit. So what we did in terms, what essentially the government did in Denmark was to set up 13 climate partnerships with the different industries, one of them being the agri sector. So what you have here is pretty much everyone who's something in the Danish agri sector in Denmark. You have private companies, you have scientists, you have interest groups, NGOs, you have them all, people working with circular economy, energy, and food waste, all being shared by Jais Valeur, who is the CEO of Danish Crown, a slaughterhouse manufacturer. And in the middle, you have all being hosted by the Danish Agri Minister. So the minister is also there. So this is pretty much the way it was set up to make a contribution to the Danish 70% reduction target. So we had the opportunity to say, what is our recommendations in terms of becoming more climate efficient and more circular and all of that. So it was sort of a private enterprise with the government in terms of making a valid contributions to the climate goals in Denmark. So what did we end up with? Well, you see, this is when you talk about the agri sector, you have a lot of things in play. You have the agricultural sector, the forestry, processing, society, all in one. So we came up with a national inventory in terms of our climate recommendations. We had already done a bit until 2017, about a 25% emission reduction. But going forward, we could see a potential for more climate reductions through the chain, 62% in terms of these different sectors. You can go a little further with research, so we reach a 72% reduction. And if you put energy on top of what we produce, we could actually go the full length. So this was, for my book, very interesting work, also very substantial recommendation to the government. So what did it all end up in terms of setting the agenda? Well, we had a say in terms of what you would do in terms of private and public policies, and that just ended up with a very recent, after a very prolonged political discussion, a agri-sector climate agreement comprising pretty much a lot of interesting items in terms of the agri-sector, one of them being climate, but also water management, nitrogen, peatlands, the cap here being how you use the money you get from the EU, the Common Agricultural Policies, but also new ideas in terms of plant-based foods and research. So we came across around a lot of items here, and a lot of things actually suggested by this partnership to the government and the political side of things were taking on board. So this was a very massive and historic agreement and backed by pretty much every party in the Danish parliament, which is also very unique. This is a fairly new political agreement, so now we're getting more into the details of how to do it in real life and in practical terms. But that will happen in the coming years. So this is, I think, my last slide. I'll stop sharing. I hope everything was understandable in terms of how we worked with the side of things in Denmark. I think I'll end it here, my presentations, if you are, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. As I said, I think I will end it here, so I don't know, where's the moderator? Sorry.
Bien, un segundo que María cayó a internet. Estamos fuera.
Bueno, retomando aquí, disculpen, hemos tenido un pequeño
Sorry
inconveniente
for this
técnico
small
con la señal de
glitch. We
María.
had
Sin
a
embargo,
problem
vamos a
with Maria
continuar y ahora
signal,
yo le
but we
quiero
will
dar la
continue,
bienvenida
and I
al
will
señor
now
Edson Apaza, él es
wish to
director
give
general de Asuntos Ambientales del
the
Ministerio de la Producción.
Mr. Alapasa from the Ministry of
Gracias.
Production of Peru.
Buenos días.
Thank
O
you
buenas
very
tardes
much.
ya.
Good afternoon to all of you, or
Bueno,
good evening.
buenas tardes a cada uno de ustedes. Es muy grato
It is very
para mí compartir
pleasant
esta
for me
mesa.
to share this round
De
table with you.
antemano, saludar a María
And I
Mesonero.
wish to
Por su
say
intermedio,
hello
dar
to
un saludo
Maria
al
Mesonero,
embajador,
to
a
the
Carolina
ambassador,
Ramírez, que está
to
en
Carolina
representación de
Ramirez, who is
Sualdo de
representing
Milagri, Esbe,
Milagri,
Gabriel Amaro y con todos los
and
participantes
all of
de este
the
importante foro que nos
participants to
acompañan
this
en
very
esta
important
transmisión.
forum who are with us today.
Desde el punto de
From the
vista del sector
standpoint
pesca
of the
y
fisheries,
en base a los reglamentos que
and
nosotros
based
tenemos de
on
la Ley
the
General de
rules that
Pesca
we
y su
have
reglamento
from the
y la
laws on
Dirección General
fisheries and the
ha
general
formulado y tenemos vigente el
direction
Reglamento de
of
Gestión
fisheries
Ambiental para
has
Asuntos Ambientales, Pesqueros y
an
Acuícolas,
environmental management
hemos estado
manual.
comprometidos con el desarrollo
We have
sostenido
been
de la actividad
working
pesquera
on sustainable
y
development
más
of
por su
fisheries
importancia
in
porque
Peru.
es una fuente de
And this is very
alimentación,
important because it is a
empleos,
source of food,
ingresos y además
jobs, income,
buscar
and
cómo
it
asegurar el aprovechamiento
tries to
sostenible
make
de los
sure we
recursos
have a
hidrobiológicos
sustainable
y
use
optimizando los
of
beneficios económicos
fish
en armonía
and to be in harmony with the preservation of the environment. We are also looking through these strategies to make sure that we have the necessary measures in place to prevent and reduce and control damage to the pollution and the deterioration of the maritime environment. The aquaculture subsector tells us that because of the importance of this activity, as it generates a very important space on the economic activity, assists the activities that will always fight for the preservation of the environment, biodiversity, and the fact that it is not dangerous for people. We also have to work on jobs and strengthen productive channels or chains. As has been said before, in the framework of the National Competitiveness Plan, we have tried to find standards for both sector, fisheries and aquaculture, so as to have a progressive transition from a linear to a circular economy pattern. And what we are looking for is the creation of added value by the extension of the life cycle of product that will guarantee a responsible production system and that will also assist us in having in producing something that is harmless, not harmful in the long run. As we have seen, the sessions of both yesterday and today have shown us how waste should be placed into the production process. Now, this process allows for the participation of the private and public sectors together to have a much stronger synergy. Now, these efforts have been seen with the adoption of the roadmap for the circular economy by the industry, including industrial processing in fisheries, which is very important towards circular economy because it allowed us to establish, together with the private sector, what the actions are that the state can undertake to make sure we have a transition from a linear to a circular economy model. The preparation of that important document was made by the Ministries of Production and the Environment, but as a single goal, that is growth and sustainable, by promoting best practices and the design of new mechanisms to have innovating technologies. The ultimate goal that we have been dealing with are actually three types of goals: short, medium, long-term measures. And we have to find that under a circular economy focus or approach, and we want to make it sustainable. And that is how we have been able to identify good practices in these fields along the lines of the roadmap towards a circular economy. Likewise, we have identified the aspects calling for technical assistance in the industrial and fisheries sectors. That is how we have managed to have a technical assistance with technologies that help us in circular economy and fisheries. That is how we had a national program in fisheries, the capacity building program in circular economy, and also we have carried out workshops, the purpose of which was to train on good practices for fisheries and circular economy. These actions have been coordinated with the regional departments of Tacna, Arequipa, Tacna, Tundes, Cajamarca, Loreto, and Caxan Junín. These are the provinces that are working in this field. In the framework of the commitment of having a just transition and a decentralized transition, we have started to work on the participation process on the preparation of a roadmap towards a circular economy in both sectors, agriculture and fisheries, and the result will be a pre-publishing of a new roadmap. This new roadmap under the systemic approach includes the environmental, economic, and social dimensions to take advantage of sustainable development, the incentive, the adaptation of the efficiency of the fishery chain systems, the optimization of the products in these technical and biological systems that will allow not only to take advantage of the resources, but also an efficient use of these resources. Stemming from this point, what we are looking for is to identify new business models and all kinds of synergies and business opportunities for local economies. Finally, and together with the Ministry of the Environment, we have fostered the voluntary adoption of clean production systems in the fisheries sector. These are always framed within the clean production systems of Peru, which comes under the National Plan for Productivity. Today, we have signed 2 clean production covenants with organizations that have that are compliant and that have committed to follow the local legislation. We have another 2 in the pipeline for the inclusion of these clean production systems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Apasa. And sorry for the lack of proper connection that happened. Our internet connections in the embassy was cut off. We're back. We're back. Thank you very much, Epson, for your presentation. I think that it is interesting to see how the various initiatives by Produce and the Danish Agricultural Council, both from the private and public sectors, are working with this very high degree of participation to develop a circular economy in every single sector, together with the producers and the companies, because the producers are those who are in charge of applying public policies. To close this panel, and also speaking about this standpoint, we have Mr. Gabriel Amaro. He is the executive director of the Association of producers, agricultural producers of Peru. He will give us a vision of the situation for the circular economy of the different organization of employers. Thank you very much, Maria.
I closely followed all the presentations, even I watched the previous presentation. I would like to delve into some conceptual ideas. Circular economy was born as a model to preserve nature, to conserve nature and reduce greenhouse gases, because this is a kind of trend around the world, and it has to strike a happy balance, and also it has to focus on economic growth and countries' survival. It's not just a trend, it's not a fashion, it's not just a mere goal, a distant goal. It has to be something concrete. It has to help us to care for the environment and to grow as countries and generate formal employment. And this is the kickoff for me. I would like to focus on the meaning of farming and agriculture here in the country. I represent AGAP, which brings together mainly export companies, but there are farmers, sellers, everything in the formal sector, and everyone is deeply committed to the environment. And Peruvian agriculture is a key strategic sector, as in any other country. And why? Why is it strategic? Because it includes 5 key pillars. Because according to ILO, 30% of the global labor is found in the agricultural sector. Also because of the development fostered by rural areas, because agriculture, takes place in rural areas. Then decentralization, the decentralization that generates, whether productive or economic decentralization, which is vital for the countries in the regions. And lastly, foreign trade, the exchange of goods and services. Now, to give you a clearer idea of what Peruvian agriculture means, here it represents 25%. 4 million people work in farming. Yeah, 2.5 million are farmers, producers, and agriculture represents 57% of the overall economic activity. You see the importance in our country. And something else, 84% roughly of our farmers are small holders, less than a few hectares, and 99% are natural persons, not firms, not entities, not companies. You see the general perspective of what Peruvian agriculture. And something else which is interesting as well. There is a small agricultural segment which we can describe it as the modern export sector, the second exporting sector in the country. But the size, the arable land, does not exceed 5% of all the farmed land in the country. You see how many challenges we face. Here, there are some wrong concepts, I would say. Maybe they were mentioned by previous speakers. The environment does not tell large holders from small holders. Those who affect the environment might be a large company or just an individual, a formal worker or an informal worker. The environment is just affected, but makes no difference when being affected. So when public policy is focused only on the formal sector, well, the policy has been not designed well. And when the public policy it puts a kind of straitjacket on the environment, trying to repair or fix an environmental issue from the view of the public sector, well, that's another problem. And unfortunately, public policy in Peru in general, has led us to a country with 80% of informal workers. And this is serious, this is very adverse, not only for the environment, and also for the implementation of circular economy and for the country's sustainability. And you know, I am speaking from the very formal point of view and from those who want to make a contribution to the country so that 80% of informality goes down to 1%. So it's extremely important. You know, maybe I am wondering, what should this public policy be like in order to transition towards circular economy? And the first topic that comes up is that if we don't include in public policy circular economy, but we have to deal with structural issues first. Otherwise, we will not be able to make any progress. And the first structural issue is informality. As I mentioned, 80% of people in working age can be found working in the informal sector. I'll correct myself. It's easier to speak about public policies for circular economies in formal developed countries than formulating public policies where you have 80% informality. It's much, much harder. So for us, the causes for informality, well, can be found in three roots. The structural problem, which has to be dealt with, it has to be taken care of by any and every public policy, over-regulation, the punishing informality, too much bureaucracy. Second, corruption. If we don't eradicate corruption, which does not only mean imposing harsher penalties or punishment. And third, weak institutions that are present in Peru. So if we take into account these concepts, what we have to do as a country is to, you know, I am an engineer and I like to speak about synchronization or being in sync. We have to synchronize the state because the state has to look at that which the state doesn't want to look. So it's you have to do away with certain false paradigms, kind of negative social impact. I will have a social riot. No, come on. This way of thinking has led us, very briefly, to go from 70 to 80% of informality. So we have to change our mindset. And given the levels of formality in Peru, represented by AGAP or other formal trade unions. Otherwise, we will not be able to overcome these structural issues. And soon enough, we will have 90% of informality, and all the plans to attain circular economy will be just a dream, a piece of paper. And then there are formulae to do it, there are ways to do it, but the main key message is that here we have formal industries that can make a contribution, and they have been making a contribution. They have been trying to help the public sector, and the public sector has to accept this aid, and it has to act hand in hand with those who comply with the rules. Otherwise, these plans will be just remain written in a piece of paper. Thank you very much, Gabriel Amaro, for your point of view. And we would like now to open a round of questions. We are checking the chat and YouTube to see if there is any question for the panelists. But I would like to ask the panelists, I mean, what's your idea? What's your uptake? I'm thinking about what Mr. Amaro said. How should the private sector get involved? I mean, whether you think of the formal and informal workers. I mean, to encourage the implementation of circular economy. What should be done for these co-created roadmaps to become a reality at the end of the day? So maybe to structure this round, Carolina Ramirez, maybe you can start, you can answer the question first. Are you there? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well, before answering the questions, I would like to echo something that Gabriel has said, which is very important regarding the weak institutions that we have in the public sector. How can we manage to make this roadmap a reality? I was just talking on the side events, and we were debating this concern because we have been working very, very hard. We have developed a roadmap, but what happens next? What happens regarding implementation? How are we manage to transform this roadmap, all these actions to become a reality? How can we monitor? How can we implement these measures? So after all, there is another factor, governance. The governance that we can manage to put into practice in order for us to be able to monitor. And also, how can we introduce in the private sector into the entire process? So I do agree that we have to accept the private sector's help. I mean, we should accept the assistance of those who have started to implement successful circular economy models. And the public sector has to sort of learn from the private sector and these successful cases. Because maybe we are not the experts, and we have to accept that those good practices from those who have been successful. How can we encourage more direct, more fluent communication with the private sector and with other civil society actors who have lots of experience in this regard? How can we introduce it into this governance model I have just mentioned? Because I have this concern as well. How are we going to implement all the ideas that we are now discussing? And there are other issues like funding. So we should have a huge fund to attain all these goals. So we have to bring together all these different efforts through alliances, maybe with the private sector, so we can attain all the goals in coordination with the private sector. And also the public sector, speaking maybe at a macro level, all these ideas about public policy formulation in recent time, if we think about the modernization of the state, we have to actively listen to the private sector. We should not close our ears or cover our ears. We have to talk to everyone and to listen to everyone. And of course, share these measures and accept their assistance. I would say that this is the future. It's a shame that this future has not been made a reality earlier. There has been some process, some retrogression as well, but let's keep working hard, and we have to keep making a bigger effort to strengthen this link with the private sector. That would be my answer for the time being, Maria. Thank you. Thank you, Carolina. So,
who have been, as you also presented, already involved in establishing clear emission reduction targets between public and private sector. So from the private sector helping somehow the public sector also implementing these targets. Which is what is your feeling about how private sector can help public sector meet these targets and help greening, in this case the agricultural sector?
That was a question.
A question for you, yes. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, yes. Well, the great thing about having a wide partnership with important actors within the agri sector, which is a very thing. You cover prime sector, you cover processing, energy, genetics, ingredients. You got it all there. You got agendas on what people consume, waste, the water management, circular economy. You got it all. And the great thing about asking people that know what they're talking about basically is that they will give you some indication about what is a good idea with the knowledge and experience we have at the time being, which is the good. What can we do? Where's there a lack? Where do we need to get better? Where do we need to do some more research and all of that? So the clear benefit you get from speaking with the industry that up close and having them in a partnership that they come with their own recommendation is clearly that you set a very good direction for where you want to go. I'm not saying that you get it 100% the way you want it to be, but you set an agenda, you set a direction, and then that gives you a much stronger case for getting it right, hopefully. So that would be the clear benefit, bridging a political agenda with something that makes sense with the right people giving the right piece of advice. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you also feel you are being heard at the political level from
Heard,
the private sector?
In this case, yes, we were indeed heard. And you still have within the discussion about these things in Denmark a strong collaboration. I think we have still a very good all these, not only the partnership with the agri sector, but the 12 additional partnerships that were formed with different industries also still meet, get along, and talk about have a fair. Open, honest discussion about where the problems are, what can be done, and so on in terms of bridging and reaching our, in this case, climate targets in Denmark, which are quite substantial. So people have to do it on board. So there's still a lot of collaboration. I guess it has, speaking from my experience within in Denmark, the idea of forming partnership has been gaining momentum and bringing them together and making concrete recommendations for government is something that's started. It's not a new thing, but I must say, if you take the last of the community, this has certainly been something that has gained a lot more momentum. That would be my reading of it.
Thank you very much, Esben. En el caso de Produce y el trabajo que se está haciendo.
And now, in the case of Produce and the work done in the fishing and aquaculture sector regarding the roadmap, I mean, what's your uptake, this articulation between the public and the private sector regarding the production of the roadmap and its implementation? Well, I fully share the comments by the previous panelists. We have found some obstacles in the implementation of the roadmap regarding small farmers. In the case of artisanal fishers, artisanal aquaculture farmers, because these very small ventures, which have been successful in some cases, have become formal. And in some other cases, there are some legal entities like TASA and other firms, which are formal entities. They are the ones who have, how can I say it, specific actions in the circular economy, in the fishing sector. They have socialized and shared these results with neighboring villages and populations. And success has been significant, so much so. In this event, some successful cases will be shared. And what I want to emphasize is that the engagement of the private sector can be channeled through universities, legal entities, natural persons who are involved in fishing. And this is a key essential element for the implementation of circular economy. But why only in the private sector and formal? Well, because they are the ones with whom we could have some level of coordination. Unfortunately, all the bureaucracy, all the red tape for formalization does not depend only on the regulations by the Ministry of Production of the Environment, but there are other administrative factors, licenses, permits, which have restricted formalization. Therefore, for us to reinforce the roadmap, we try to seek and find agents who have already implemented these initiatives, mainly in the private sector, and then we want them to exchange and socialize these experiences so that we, on the side of the state, the Ministry of Production, we can implement, we can find public and private funds for the implementation of these initiatives, so that this also leads to the creation of more capacities and skills, so that these activities are found to be attractive. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. You also spoke about the incentive for the private sector to come on board and to embrace these roadmaps. So what are the, ideas or what incentives can you find in the private sector to implement this public policy and the roadmaps? Oh, thank you for the question. Well, there are different aspects, I would say. Incentives are not necessarily funding, or funds, not money, but an incentive, a key incentive is public-private work, where there is mutual trust. I think this is the first incentive required by the system. So this space does not necessarily exist at present. So I think this is the first great step. Secondly, you need a wide open view, trying to solve structural issues. You should not try to solve the problems posed by theory or, or current management. But there are serious challenges. If we don't overcome these structural challenges, we will not attain their goals. And the efforts will be very costly for the state and taxpayers, but there will be no actual or effective outcome. So, from the technical point of view, with an open mind, we have to go over and review regulations. all the rules and regulations. This is what has been said. It's not only regulations by the Ministry of Fishing or Production, but there are other institutions, other bureaucratic steps. Yeah, we need to amend and rectify lots of rules and regulations so that firms become sustainable, fully sustainable, not only economically sustainable and formally sustainable, but they should also be able to implement certain changes that will allow them to transition towards circular economy. Now, at present, I work in the agricultural sector. Many firms have ongoing projects that have been completed. For example, the recycling of plastic containers or the reutilization of wastewater, or for example, the conservation of natural forests, or changes in energy use or renewable energy. So there are different initiatives. This can be done, massively, I would say, but public policy is not just a standard, it's a set of elements. One part is rules and regulations, but then you have institutions themselves. And another component has to do with actors, continuity no matter what government is ruling. And, I gave you some figures before, just to give you a look into Peruvian agriculture. For instance, modern agriculture, modern industry, and mainly exporting agriculture. And this requires traceability, and there is traceability from the countryside to consumers. But this doesn't necessarily happen in the case of agriculture for local markets, small farmers. So one of the key structural elements is the need for traceability and good agricultural practices, where you can meet food safety requirements, environment requirements, formality requirements. If we don't have this foundation, actions will remain on paper. We at AGAP have talked to different governments, different administrations, in order to implement a pilot project to introduce these good practices into small family farming, which is most of Peruvian agriculture. If we think of number of farms or units of production, but we have not had any success here. Or regarding informality, we had the same fate, I would say. So the rest, getting funds, you can get them because there are many funds that could channel certain funding for private sector initiatives in an alliance with the public sector. Improvements, incentives, that is doable. There are different types of incentives for research, for instance, regarding the transitions towards the circular economy, improved regulations so that the public sector can invest in public sector initiatives so that cities just transitions towards the circular economy. I will just give you an example to wrap up. Cities are like living ecosystems, and making a correlation, we could say they are like factories. They use inputs, there are people inside. And there is waste. The most basic waste is solid waste. The trash collected by the truck every day, or liquid waste like wastewater. In Peru, these two issues, which are structural, and if we make a parallel with the farming sector, some companies are engaged in wastewater treatment, they have recirculation, they recirculate wastewater within their own factories. But this does not happen in Peruvian cities. This does not happen. So here, the public sector might lend a helping hand to find new models and mechanisms. And the one who should set the example is the public sector, whether at the national or subnational level, because the state needs a circular economy to set the example in these two areas, solid waste treatment and wastewater treatment. So you will see this on other panels. We have some rules for the application of these principles in the public sector, in the public. So thank you. That would be all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Yes, there is a lot to do, many challenges ahead. So I would like to thank the panelists for answering these questions. Thank you, Carolina, Edson, Gabriel, for your very interesting contributions and answers. Now, we would like to start the second round. It's a presentation of good practices in Peru. And we want to see some concrete cases within firms, companies. What's their uptake regarding the transition towards the circular economy? Now, the first panelist will be Pablo Ferreiros, who will be speaking about Ingleby Farms in Peru. This is an agricultural firm. Pablo, thank you very much. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation. My name is Pablo. I'm country manager for Ingleby Farms. I will share my presentation with you. Can you see it?
¿Se puede ver bien, María?
Sí, se ve bien, sí.
Ok. Ingleby Farms es una empresa danesa.
Farms is a Danish company. The name in Peru is Plantaciones del Sol. We do sustainable agriculture. We show here in these pictures what we do. We export together with the nature and the communities. This is what I'm going to be mentioning. These are our fields, sustainability in the water, the soil, biodiversity, and etc. The vision is to be world leaders in agriculture and to be leader in agriculture for a sustainable future. We are looking for 100-year horizon. We prepare our crops with the nature, not against nature. These are 100,000 hectares in 9 countries with a lot of woods. 40% of these hectares are natural forests. The rest are different lands for food stock. And there's 20% of intensive crops like avocado and so on. We are in all these countries. In Peru, we are in Motupe in 650 hectares and in almost 1,300 hectares. These are our crops. Sustainability is water. In Peru, the water is seasonal, and because we stock it, we do not lose it in the sea. And with these reservoirs, we avoid overexploiting the groundwater. We have 9 reservoirs. The sustainability, we have measurement elements, and a good water management means when you have to irrigate. There are measurement instruments that are used, and the most important thing is to know exactly when, and to do that you have to make bore holes in the ground and to know how the roots of the plants are growing in order not to overwater or underwater. The sustainability, the water used in our operations is treated for the irrigation of our forests. It could be used for agriculture, but we use it in native forests to improve biodiversity. Here you can see some pictures of lakes with treated water that is clean. And we see natural detergents, for example, the choloque tree. That's how people used to wash their clothes 100 years ago. And we do the soap from this, so it is much easier to treat the water with natural detergents. We have our own native plants to avoid erosion. In the north, you know that there are sporadic rains. The rain is used for the forest to increase the underground water table. We have 201 hectares, or 10% of total area, is under conservation. This is for the whole world. That is 10 or 15% of the area. It is used only for native forests where we are working. Here you can see 201 hectares. We do an inventory of animals and plants and insects every year. And this is something, these posters are distributed in schools to create awareness of the habitat that we want to protect. Likewise, the forests have also something that are good for people. People are much more joyful when they are in this community. We bring advocacy and joy to these people because they are protecting their forests, and also a number of different animals that are being protected close to their own places. We are carbon neutral. We are now thinking about, in June 2022, we will capture more than what we produce. We are sure that we will manage that, June 2022. To comply with the world regulations, we have a bank of seeds, 1.8 million seeds that we reap from the different trees, 70 species, and we do some mud balls, as the engineer has, with different types of seed types that are then distributed in the woods with the kids of the schools to reforest the areas that need to be reforested. All of this is kept in cold fridges. The native plants are very good for pollinizers or natural controllers or so on, and they have also a medical use. So we use them to reforest our forests. Also for selling to other exporting companies that need to host insects that will be pollinizing the blueberry. The coverage crops, here you have an engineer who is treating an avocado tree. We also have sheep that are eating in a grape plantation, because the life of the soil has evolved over time. And all of this invites us to work closer with nature and making it more stable. So we sow sunflower and other plants that have been there for many, many years. We never have a single crop, and these roots are taken by these animals who go there and have their own food this way. It gives us a much more fertile soil. We have biological corridors, for example, these flowers next to the avocado tree, because they protect a number of species and they allow for a number of insects to reproduce there. We have a lab of beneficial sectors that are to make sure we have a we don't have pests, and therefore we don't want to use any pesticides. Senasa has assisted us a lot. We have a microbiology lab that allows us to make sure that we don't have any illnesses. We use also biol, which is something that is good for treating the roots of the plants. We work with the communities because the people around us must be benefiting from them. from this, together with us, we have a campaign against anemia, which is our main priority because 60% of the kids in our areas are anemic. And we try to assist them to fight against anemia. And we carry out campaigns in other fields like fluorization and so on. We work with communities and with schools. We give native plants to the kids so that they can plant that in around their school classrooms. And we work with other agricultures, giving them some seeds of avocados. We have annual donations to different schools, and that would be our project. Thank you very much. This is avocados 2 years ago, right before the pandemic. Thank you so very much for listening to my presentation. Thank you, Pablo. It is also very interesting to see how you have such a community vision, but also science, technology in this application of circular economy. Really very interesting. We will now move to a forest case, which is Eco Su Bamboo from San Martin, that will be introduced by Wilfredo Su Castro. Thank you for being with us. Good afternoon. I want to thank the International Forum and the ministries for the opportunity of telling you the Eco Su Bamboo project. It is a family-owned company that works on bamboo. But before we do that, I want to talk to you about bamboo. Bamboo is a local natural resource that you can find in this area of San Martin in Peru and other regions in Peru as well. It adapts very well for a circular economy because of its many uses. The way it is used, it can be used 100% from the rhizoma to the tip of the bamboo. We have, for example, the first meters are used for structures and furniture, and the root is used as a food for human beings and to manufacture paper, pulp. And the tips are used as tutors for bananas, tomatoes, and others. From the leaves, we get the arape, the soap, and the beer. From the branches, you do craftsmanship, bicycles, and all of the waste of this product is being used to manufacture coal, a coal that has a greater heating power. It is a vegetable with thousands of uses. Eco Su Bamboo is a family-owned company responsible for managing the bamboo forest in San Martin and generating jobs in its different stages. We create jobs when we cut the bamboos, when we transport them in the workshops, and of course in the finishing inside the shops. This assists us in fostering a better quality of the economies of the families working with us and the different partners working with us. We work on selling the bamboo in different fashions or modalities. Also with structures we use, for example, furniture, craftsmanship, and different types of objects that can be manufactured with the bamboos. Likewise, we also work on places where people grow plants, reforestation partners with the government like CERFO and INBA, where we are trying to reforest the degraded areas of San Martin and other places. The hurdles we have found in our path are lack of knowledge of this vegetable in the communities and society because it has not really had a strong dissemination. It has not had a big visibility. So the idea would be for greater investments in dissemination and engineering. The difficulties that we have encountered is the lack of access to the different plots where the bamboo grows, lack of funds for reforestation and to get hold of machinery. Of all the lessons learned alongside the process of this crop, so to speak, is that we have learned to do as the bamboo, to be resistant to adversity and be consistent with our ideas. The idea is to bring on board more young people, more organizations to the use of bamboo, to position the bamboo both in the region and the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wilfredo, for this wonderful presentation that shows how a resource as bamboo can be used for many other applications. We will now continue with the case of John Chauca of Santa Genoveva, who shows us how you can use circular economy in technological innovation in the cattle breeding world. There you are. Thank you.
Exacto.
Bien, no lo escuchamos, John. Si quiere desmutearse.
John, we are not listening to you. If you want to unmute yourself.
Bien, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan ahora?
Ahora sí, perfectamente, gracias.
Thank you for this invitation. I have been following the forum for a while, and it is really so interesting to listen everything that there is to say on circular economy. This is something new for me. I had heard some, but not so much. My name is John Chauca. I'm a medium-sized entrepreneur, and I have been invited to this forum, and thank you for picking it up. Thanks to the case of handling of gray water for a place where animals are slaughtered, a slaughtering plant. I am a cattle breeder from my birth in the province of Ancash, and since 1995 I have been looking for the development of cattle breeding with more importance, with greater proportions. I have a center for feedstock, and because of different reasons, I had the opportunity to handle a slaughterhouse with a slaughterhouse that had many problems. One of the main problems that we encountered in this slaughterhouse that is in Urin is that this is the southern part of the city of Lima. Now, we have 14 industrial complexes and so on. Now, this was founded in 1999, and it worked more or less well until 2014, when we launched an investment that was highly because of the size of our company. Nowadays, the company slaughters 10,000 porks and 2,000 cows per month. And the consumption, this is what you see on screen, 0.3 cubic meters of water for each pork, pig, and one per each cow. So we have 5,000 cubic meters of gray water per month. Now, this is a big problem because we are right in the middle of the city. This is a lot. We have a network from Sedapal that works with the water from repumping, and it is so small that there is not enough water, not even for those who live there. And besides, our spaces are very small, so we cannot have any green areas. Now, the challenge led us to develop a biodigesters, and the third limit was a funding problem because the endeavor was much larger than we had anticipated, because already a slaughterhouse is not a minor thing, and making it green is not a minor thing. With all these limitations, the solution we found is the biodigesters. With a big effort, we went to Germany to see how they do it over there. We were so well received by different stakeholders in Germany. We still have to thank them. And when we realized we had a system of biodigesters next to us, very close to us in La Calera. I don't know if you have seen it, but this was really positive for us. And what we have done is a system of biodigesters on a very small space with a volume of our approximately 800 cubic meters that are here in the back. And here you can see that much better. There are 5 biodigesters. They are working permanently. Everything is gravity. There is no power. The system produces gas, and which we need to put it in the burners in case of emergency. This is compulsory by the SENASA regulations. So the vision of this was not to throw a single drop of water into the sewage system. And so what we did is we developed 2 products. The first one, which is the most homogeneous one in the quantity that you have seen, we have called it oxybiol. That is the water that is used in the slaughterhouse, processed, and it lasts around 5 days, and by gravity it reaches these reservoirs and then to these other reservoirs. Because we don't have enough space, we put it to these tanks to send them to a place where a dam that we are building in the Chucana area. We have agreements with farmers. This man is Mr. Quispe. He's a neighbor who rents pieces of land, plots of land. There are not many, but there are still some. So we signed an agreement for him to grow corn and use organic matter, something that is not existing very much because we have a lot of sand and the organic matter is very valuable. Because I have a feedstock company, I know that the feces that come from our department for our companies can be used, and this is 20,000 tons per year that are being used. And this is something that we have in a liquid format. So the idea is to use that to add it to the soil to produce different kinds of pastures. We had a crop and I couldn't give it to my bulls because it was very well sold, as there was not enough production in the country. So now we are in the second crop that is zero fertilizers. So the farmer is happy as hell because he cannot spend anything on fertilizer. And for us, it's a big solution. The other product that we have developed is the acibiol. We call it acibiol because it has an additional process which has to be filtered so that it can be used in these water systems, and it has been developed with the university, with one of my old teachers. There were not many people that were listening to him, but I was one of them. And also in cooperation with Mr. Lolly, who is advising on different systems, and we are seeing the potential of this product. Now, this is a product to be used in irrigation. We filter it to make sure that there are no problems in the density. We had analysis work done with certified labs, and the results are absolutely impressive. To begin with, the pH is 3.8 to 4.2. So it does not allow for bacteria that are damaging for the human being to implant there. This is very important for food safety purposes. So salmonella and E. coli and so on, all of them are under control. The lactic bacteria are also under control. There are 28 colonies times 10 to the 6. This is what we are having today. On the other hand, there is a chemical composition that has a number of organic materials, solid. It has all of the nutrition factors, but the most important are the humic and fulvic acids that are very sought after. These are products that have a great value for the industry. On the other hand, the other topic that we have tackled are the heavy metals, another critical point for serious agriculture, for export, because these are also fully controlled. We carried on a marketing effort 4 years ago to try and locate this product for the small and medium farmers. You can see that on the page. The page has not really been well maintained, and the campaign has been very expensive, and we didn't really pay attention to this. But this is what we produce, what we have, what we work on with a lot of effort for almost a year. We also try to get into more exporting companies, which is a little difficult because sometimes they also have their own systems in place. But we have connected with some of them and we are working with them. We also have a capacity to manufacture this just up to 31,000 liters per day but we could go up to 200. Well, I have been requested to talk about my experience. I have told you. We will move to the questions to the end of the presentations. We still have 2 presentations, and then we will move to the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to say that in Denmark, we have a very wide experience with the use of purina as fertilizer. So this is something that we know inside out, and for many years now. We will now move to the fisheries case with the presentation of Shaleila Gelis. I don't know if she's around.
So, can you share the screen? John has to stop sharing. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Leila will be speaking about the recycling of artisanal fishing nets. Thank you very much. Can you see the screen? Yeah, maybe you should use presentation mode so to see it better. Good, let's like zooming in. First of all, well, good afternoon or good evening. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would like to especially thank the Danish Embassy to take part in this roundtable. I would like to speak about this initiative led by the WWF. This wouldn't have been able without the assistance of Bureo, the local fisher people, the PNIPE program, and the Ministry of Production. So this project was started because of what we call ghost fishing, which is marine trash, which takes place when there are fishing elements which are lost at sea or just discarded by throwing them into the sea. And as these nets are made of plastic, they survive and they keep fishing and capturing fish by themselves. You need 90% of the species, commercial species, are captured, and this affects fishermen's economy. And on land, there is no proper management of these resources. And then they are just discarded in the area or even burned. This affects people's health. Since 2018, the WWF has been working with local fishing communities. Back in 2009, at the request of the fishing community, we set up a site to store unused fishing net. We have collected so far over 1.3 tons of these nets. These fishing nets have to be replaced every now and then, very frequently. Maybe pieces or parts have to be replaced every 1 to 5 months. This entails big volumes of fishing waste. And the goal of this initiative was to develop a product by recycling these discarded fishing nets based on a viable production and sale prototype or mechanism. You know, we call it red cycler, meaning like net and cycle or from recycle. And there are not very many experiences about this type of fishing net recycling, where the finished good is made up of previous fishing nets. Normally, the few companies involved in this combine the fishing net with other products. You know, this is made up of nylon. Nylon is recycled normally. But if the net is made up of other products, that's more difficult. So what we do is work with the fishing community. They take the nets to this storing center. Then we have analyzed the purity of the material, the plastic, because there are many different types of nylon on the market. See, so far we have analyzed what we call nylon 6, not 6.6. And there in the lab, we calculated the mechanical and physical and chemical properties. And we have tried to find vendors around the globe who might produce this fishing net with the same material, but we don't want to use pellets. For instance, we want to embrace a method which is environmentally friendly and also something easy, because we want the local community, the local fishing community, to recycle their own fishing nets. So far, we have seen that maybe these recycled materials could be used to manufacture some kind of brick panels or this kind of block. Then we can analyze the value chain and conduct market studies to see how this type of fishing waste can be actually remanufactured and then sold for other purposes. We have interviewed 6 different suppliers around the globe, normally from abroad. And we hope that by February, March, we will have the first prototypes. We are trying to expand the coverage of our network. We want to have new storage centers in other areas, and we have talked to the trade unions involved in fishing. And now we want to open up a new storage center in San Jose together with the municipality. So we hope we can manufacture something useful, interesting, so that this fishing waste can be reutilized and not left at sea. Thank you very much. Thank you. A very interesting project. And we will close this second panel with a presentation from the artisanal fishing sector from Luis Fernandez, who will be speaking about the production of bio leather based on Amazon fish skins and latex. Yeah, that's very clear. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Good afternoon. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to take part in this event.
Lo perdimos a Luis.
I'm
¿No?
the panelist. He seems to be having technical issues. Well, so the context in which we work is sustainable reuse of resources. And this is the approach. This has to do with what we call bio leather. Actually, this is the combination of 2 different resources. The first one, well, this comes from a native tree. This comes from a protected area. And the tree is the Shiringa tree, or the latex or rubber tree, which is used by the local communities. And you don't need to fell the tree in order to use or extract the rubber. And then what we call, this is what we might call vegetable leather. And still we don't have the capacity to meet a big demand. Also in local communities, you know, they eat especially pacu and other local fish from the Amazon. And what these local communities do is eat the fish fish are very young and they eat them whole. And now what they do is take fillets of the fish and the skin is not eaten, it's not used. So the fish skin is used to produce this kind of fish-based leather. If we combine the rubber and this fish leather, well, what we get is what we call bio leather. The process to manufacture bio leather is divided into two parts. First, this is done by local communities in local areas. The second stage is done in Lima because we have to meet many regulations. So the communities are involved in the catching of the fish, the removal of the skin. This is done by the communities, as I said. You can see the pictures. There are both men and women. Then we treat the skin, we design products, and then we manufacture them. This is a venture that has environmental, economic, and social benefits. Regarding social benefits, we work in the poorest provinces in Peru, on the border area, a distant province, and we have given training to many producers, and they are already familiar with the process, how to get the fish skin, which is then transported to Lima to be processed. Environmental benefit, well, there is no waste or less waste, and we conserve the forest because in order to remove the rubber from the tree, you don't have to fell it. And there are economic benefits, especially for the Awajun ethnicities, and this contributes to improving families' economies. Well, the outcomes and results, well, there are 43 farmers who have been trained in the local communities in order to learn how to get the fish skin. We have validated the protocol for processing fish skins and a protocol for biological leather from Shiringa rubber. We have designed and manufactured 10 different prototypes, like purses, handbags, etc. And we have registered a trademark, Pacotanas. That's part of the marketing strategy. And the communities are the holders of this trademark. You can see some pictures of the goods we have manufactured, and these are prototypes. You can see the purses, the handbags. You see the scaly part that comes from the fish, and the other, which is smoother, that comes from the tree, the rubber. You see, there's a combination of animal and vegetable products. There you have some other prototypes. This project won an award in social innovation in a contest organized by PINIPA to celebrate the bicentennial anniversary of Peru. It's important to highlight that this project is being implemented in buffer areas around the protected area. That's 90,000 hectares of forest. We work with our Huanpis indigenous communities. Allies have played a very important role in order to fund the production of these prototypes. And you see CERNAP, who works very closely with us, has been involved. We have involved academia. There is no university there, but it's a technological institute, and teachers, students have got involved, have lent their facilities. Also, the UNDP has been involved. and local communities at Utupis and Villa Gonzalo. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis, for your presentation on how local resources can be taken care of. And we have just a very few minutes. We are running very late. We have just very few minutes for a round of questions. So I would like to ask the first question, but you have to answer very, very briefly. What, I mean, based on your own experience, on your own project and business, which has been the biggest challenge to adapt yourself to circular production? What are the problems, the issues that you have faced? Wilfredo spoke about the lack of knowledge, but so what's the biggest challenge, the biggest obstacle you have faced, and what's the incentive that would help you along this transition toward circular economy? Yeah, we will follow the same order for the panelists. Pablo, can you start? Yes, I think the main challenge is being profitable. So instead of it being an expense, it being a profit. We have discussed it with consumers abroad, and they really value that we are focusing on circular economy. And consumers might be more willing to pay for fruit coming from a circular economy, because they face these situations in their own countries. I think that the biggest challenge and the biggest reward is that you feel good doing this kind of thing. And of course, consumers are involved, and we have a huge responsibility in demanding this kind of cleaner production, or greener production. Wilfredo.
Realmente más grande es
Well, the biggest challenge is to position bamboo on the market and bamboo products, socializing it and the products through the media. And the objective is for everyone to learn about the benefits of using bamboo, which is environmentally friendly. And we can manufacture thousands of products, and we can help avoid deforestation. Absolutely right, yes. John. Well, I think the biggest challenge in my area, I like what you have done here, and I have heard about Costa Rica as well, but here, Gabriel is the CEO of a company, and these big companies are somehow closed. It's difficult to enter. We have done tests, and they contact us, and it's difficult to get into these companies. In the case of small companies, well, it's not easy. And in order to see some results, you need time. So another challenge is the state, because there are many regulations, there's bureaucracy. They wanted for us to send the used water to the river, and this level, this chemical, but there are no specific regulations regarding bio. And I have just discussed it with the colleagues, and it's a challenge for everyone. I mean, whether private companies, large companies, small companies. That would be it. Yes, thank you. I believe that in this dialogue with public policy and the public sector, and the roadmaps are important, of course, and understood as an invitation to speak about these challenges. So this is important. Shalaila, thank you. Well, yeah, my point of view is the one of an NGO, so it's a bit different. We're still trying to find this ideal product so that these fishing nets have a value for the local economy. But I think one of the big challenges is a change of habit. Yeah, you know, stuff was made to last forever before, but now, present, everything has to be renewed and changed and replaced. So that leads to more waste. And changing this habit is a big challenge because you have to change your behaviors. I'm not speaking about the fishing communities, I'm speaking about everyone. So this should not be seen as waste, but as an opportunity. Even if you don't recycle at the end, you need proper disposal so you don't pollute. Thank you, of course. And this is applicable both to companies and to consumers, right? This is like going back to consumers demanding this kind of change. Luis? Well, in my specific case, well, doing away with this linear production paradigm. The mainstreaming of women, indigenous women in production. And we have dealt with this somehow regarding policies. We can think about implementation, not only policies per se. And I would like to say that many of the funds that are provided by regional or federal governments, whatever you call them, don't give a score or a specific score for circular economy. FANIPA did give extra scores to those elements coming from circular economy. But that's for some programs which have a beginning and an end, but there are other programs, other initiatives that do not take any circularity into account. They don't give you any special score. So assessments are basically based on the economic aspects, and we are at a disadvantage there. Yeah, that's a very important point, how you assess, tenders, calls, even if you're speaking about public procurement or whatever. Because of time restrictions, we are running extremely late. I would like to thank you all for sharing your experiences, your initiatives, your projects. It's been fantastic. I think we have touched upon many different topics and we have discussed how things can be done differently. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank Maria and all of you, all the panelists, for having joined us. I would like to thank all the attendees. Now we will have a short break until 3 p.m. and we will resume. In the afternoon, we will have some side events. Thank you and see you back at 3 p.m. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos nuevamente.
Welcome again to the 4th International Forum on Circular Economy, organized by the EU in Peru, the Ministry of the Environment, Production and Agricultural and Irrigation Affairs in Peru. We welcome all of those connected. As you know, we have a very interesting schedule and very enriching one. For those who were not here this morning we had a plenary on opportunity and challenges in circular economy. We also had a roundtable, conditions for the implementation of the roadmap of the circular economy programs. We thank all of the presenters for being here, and we let you know that the presentations will be recorded on our platform and available on the YouTube channel of the Ministry of the Environment. To continue, we will now start the roundtable conditions for the implementation of a roadmap of circular economy of the industrial sector. This is to be followed by the sector of industry. This will be monitored by Mrs. Lopez, whom we welcome. Mrs. Marileni Lopez, you have the floor. Thank you, Sally. The greetings to all of you. It is very pleasant for all of the national industry society after the previous meetings to participate in this 4th International Forum. It is a clear indication of the commitment of the industry society for the transition towards a circular economy. Focusing on this roundtable, we want to see the progress made for the implementation of the roadmap of the circular economy of the industrial sector, considering both the public and private sectors. Its design has been made with the collaboration of the Ministry of Production. To do so, we will have in this segment what the progress made is in the roadmap towards the circular economy by the Ministry of Production, the introduction of the results of the first survey on circular economy by the Circular Economy Commission, and a panel where we will have representatives of textiles, plastics, and small industry committees of the National Industry Society. Without further ado, I welcome Mr. Edson Espinosa, the head of producer, who will be making the first presentation. Mr. Espinosa, you have the floor. Thank you, Marileni. It is a pleasure to see you again for those who are following us since Monday. In this context, it is a pleasure as production sector to be present here and to see the support that we have from all our partners, which is in this case the National Industry Society, with whom we have had a number of spaces, and we are pleased to see that there is this welcome by the company sectors, as was said this morning. I will share my screen with you today. Please let me know if it is okay. Yes, sir. The topic of today is to share with you what is the progress made as the sector for the implementation of the roadmap towards a circular economy. This has been explained extensively since the beginning of this meeting on Monday, and in each presentation it is good to touch upon these issues again. The linear model that we have today is a model that is not efficient, that does not allow to prolong the useful life of the economic affairs. It leads to the fatigue, so to speak, of the industry materials, with the famous aphorism, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It is not enough. We have high waste levels of everything you can possibly think of, including energy, which are finally taken on board by the companies, and then they are moved towards the cost of the product for the user. It is not an efficient model, but it's the one we have. Thanks to research, innovation, and the spirit of curiosity of everybody, we can have a model that is much more efficient, that creates value, that allows for an extension of the life cycle of the inputs, and to reduce and even eliminate waste and other negative discharges to the environment, which these were costs that were paid by the companies or the state. This model of production, consumption, and reuse, a circular one, is what we are all talking about. In order to be able to work on this issue, since the Ministry of Production, we understood that it is important to have tools that will allow us not only to have a rational program, in other words, where we want to be there, but what the steps in between are to reach that goal. The main tool today, at least in the industry, is our roadmap towards a circular economy, which is absolutely of the essence for a responsible program that will guarantee a good funding and a growth rate that is good not only for the company, but creating well-being for the society by reducing the environmental effects. This has been done so following a line that comes from the central government on the basis of the approval of the 2018 productivity clause. The idea was to achieve a transition towards a circular economy that becomes efficient. Now, there is a development that you can see in the competitiveness and productivity plan. We talk about cleaner production, were industry, fishing, and agriculture. That is how in 2020, February, we adopted the roadmap of the production sector. This for us is an absolute win, because it was not only the first of the 3 roadmaps, but also it gave us the actions that had to be taken into account to achieve this in a period between 2020 and 2025. In other words, we are talking about a medium-term range. Among these activities, we had a very necessary activity which was linked to what we said this morning. To be precise, the strengthening of the institutionality and the standards, either to eliminate the barriers to circularity or to foster them. In other words, in the same year, working with the Ministry of the Environment, we adopted a change in the list of the inclusion of projects in the national level. You will wonder, what does that have to do with the circularity? Well, on this issue, just to have an idea, we thought that there are activities of the industrial sector that were obliged to have a previous environmental impact assessment. But together with the Ministry of the Environment, and because of these actions, we saw that it was important to add a circularity criteria among the conditions that a project has to comply with for an environmental impact assessment. And so what was done? In the case of the projects that are linked to the food industry, for example, for beverages, a condition was that the project reuses less than 50% of the industrial effluent. In other words, if since the beginning of the project, the owner does not envisage reusing the effluent, or does so but less than 50%, the project will have to undergo an impact assessment. On the contrary, if it takes on board 51 to 60 or even 100% of the effluent, it will be considered a project that already intrinsically involves circularity. And thus, it does not have to go an environmental impact assessment, EIA, because it can mitigate the environmental impact. Here we have to understand that this is not aimed at weakening the system, so much so that we have the approval of the Ministry of the Environment. The purpose is to make sure that when somebody has a project, they build that project already geared at this circularity from the very outset, without having to request a permit to do so. From the very inception, it is considered a circular economy project. Other progress made has been the industrial parks modifications adopted at the beginning of this year, and then some lines for the sustainable promotion of industrial parks. So what we did was to add sustainability and circularity models. And what remains to be done is to adopt the clean production elements for the industry, the good practices guidelines for circularity. This is a tool that has been designed for the industrial sector, because we keep on assessing what has to be done before it is approved. Just for you to have an idea, for those who know our roadmap, the roadmap talks to 42 actions distributed over these 5 years: short, medium, and long range. Short range is 2021. medium range until 2023 and long range until 2025. These 42 actions belong to 6 lines that mean 4 approaches. That is how we have taken on board the main intervention factors: industrial production, sustainable consumption, taking advantage of waste, and innovation and funding. So we have macro processes that take on board the most important elements. Now, this approach allows us to strengthen an added value to the company. In other words, the green value. In a forum where we also talked to the National Society of Industries, we said that companies are not only talking about making it profitable, but there's a social and environmental profitability. And that's the purpose of circularity. We can also reduce costs. Why? Because there's a permanent standing innovation, changes of energy matrix, eco-design, new business models, you name it. So there are lower costs, new markets, and the company follows technology and follows the requests and demands of the market. So this morning we could see that the importance of the green demand coming from the consumers, which more and more pressing, so much so that the companies have to comply. So this green demand is growing, and through the public agenda, it is growing from the industrial side as well. And so that both the state and the market request what has to be manufactured and how. This is a trend that is here to remain. Within this scheme, we have the first progress made, considering, and this is important, that we have had something since last year, since COP19. There have been some stoppages because of the pandemic, of course. But what counts is that we have made some headway. In the particular case, within the follow-up of these 42 actions, we have a global advance of 17%, which is pretty good, considering the pandemic. The idea would have been to be between 20 and 25%, but we're not so far away, and we're trying to recover that backlog, so to speak. Within this progress made, one of the things that has been making the greatest headway was the sustainable industry and the reuse of waste. These are the two activities that have had greatest progress made. In the case of sustainable consumption, we have the public procurement and innovation. We have had moderate progress made, but these are actions that have been taken on board for the medium and long term, not the short one. So we still have some leeway to strengthen the whole program. It is also important, at least to have some numbers, that over the first year we have identified 5 actions that must be carried out. Among these, there are 2 that have finished by the INACAL, which is the production of technical stands for organic fertilizers and for bags. The 100% compliance has already been reached. From our department, we also have 2 actions, which are the Clean Production Act and a promotion of circularity. Regarding the act, we have worked on 3 different standards, a decree and a resolution. but we are also working on other standards that will allow us to embed circularity. In other words, 3 standards are enough, but we need some additional ones to make sure within the framework of cooperation to see where we can find more results so that our regulation is more user-friendly for circularity, so to speak. Regarding the clean production areas, we're working with the Environment Ministry, and we have identified what would be the contents for this sector, and MINAM is presently working on its direction. So we are finding a conversion point to have a better conversions. We're also working on the methodology to make sure that we have what we need for waste management purposes. So that we have made some progress, which is you can feel, but we still have a lot to do. To finish, I want to underscore, and it is important, the importance of international cooperation. For us, it would have been difficult with our budget, human resources, background, context, and so on, if we had to be working on our own. And it is just only fair to say so. It would have taken much more time, probably 10 years, to do just parts of what we have done. But thanks to international cooperation, we can see how these projects are something that allows us to think on different activities that have their bearing on the whole. For example, with the parks, we have a bearing on the development of eco-efficient parks, breaking the standard paradigm, which was simply an authorization to build another industry, where the industries were working side by side with no connection, whereas now there is a criterion of symbiosis and taking advantage of resources. On the other hand, we have the Sustainable Industrial Areas Act that allows to full integration from the producer to the consumer. And in the last project that we have seen that is waiting to be executed is that of circular economy that is climate friendly, the purpose of which is to have new business models and transfer of knowledge. Now, these projects have convergence points which, as mentioned, have some redundance, but it is not bad because each of them has its own approach towards the same solution for everybody, a holistic solution. For example, in the case of the parks, there is a convergence regarding sustainable infrastructure. And that is positive because each of them assists the other ones in reaching a sustainable infrastructure for the development of the industrial activity. All 3 projects have a bearing on the work of having value chains that are circular and sustainable. All of this will allow us to make greater progress towards a productive transformation towards circularity. And here, with these interventions, we have to lower the sustainability divide and to find new business models. And just to give you a gist, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this, through the projects, we have managed specific management mechanisms. For example, in the case of innovation, what we said before, we have the circularity approach in the investment projects, which are subject to SEIA, the industrial parks, and the lining for, and then the main lines and the guidelines for sustainable management of the industrial park, also the agreements on clean production. Now, regarding the information systems, we're talking about databases of contaminating substances that will allow us to identify exact points where we can intervene to control these products. Together with that, we are working on making systematic on the greenhouse gas effect, again, something very important to make sure that we are controlling the right emissions. Everything is integrated. And also the preparation of a task force in the eco-industrial parks. Regarding research and training, we are having balance sheets coming from the private sector. We have done training for the parks and the zones with 2 consultants and companies, and everybody that can be interested. We have also found the synergies in the industry that will allow us to build the baseline of circularity. For the communication and citizen culture, we're working for the transfer of knowledge, such in places such as Liguas. This one, as we can have an exchange between the stakeholders. In the economic incentives, we are working on a fund that will be used through a trust funds for the initiative on clean technologies. So we will finance 3 industrial parks, La Chutana, and 2 other ones, and an industrial zone in Lima. We are carrying out diagnosis to access green zones, both for internal and external funding, with funds coming from abroad to move those funds to the companies who want to innovate, but they don't know how to do that. And among the cooperation scenarios, we are working on new projects. We are looking for foreign cooperation agents to work on each of these elements that are being fed with different interventions that are done one by one. And of course, the KLW project execution agreement, which for which we are waiting the start point, the shooting point to start. This is in a nutshell, which I tried to comply at full speed with my 20 minutes. We wanted to show you, we know there's much more to say, but this forum is good for us to find out what the Ministry of Production is doing, and that will allow us to keep on working to the extent the industry keeps on working. We will work together with them, of course, with the academy and civil society that can be interested in this subject. You are always welcome. We will always welcome you, because for us, the circular model is not only something that we wish and we are promoting, we understand that this is a natural condition that will show us exactly the only way to go tomorrow. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. I will now welcome the Mr. Jesus Salazar Nishi, Chairman of the Circular Economy, who will talk to us about the results of the first industrial survey on circular economy. Mr. Salazar, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure to listen to Edson from what he's doing, and to see that we are fully in agreement on this sustainable future that we all wish. I'm going to share my screen with you. Please confirm.
Ok.
Excelente.
Perfecto, muy bien.
It is a pleasure for me to share with you this afternoon the result of the first survey that we have carried out in the manufacturing industry on topics related to circular economy. And to give you just a brief introduction, let me say this survey was done on a Google form between November 1 and 19, 2021, and 216 companies, industrial companies, of course, answered. and this at a national level. What was the aim? 3 parts. The first one is to have general information on the companies, sectors, fields, sizes. Second part is to take knowledge of the knowledge they had about the circular economy issue, sustainability, business models, and so on. And the last part were to find out to what point they are actually implementing models of the circular economy in their industries. The first part, 3 questions, the second, 8, and the last one, 13. Let's check one by one each of the results, and then we will make a general comment. But before I will show the results, I would say that we have had very pleasant results for us as industrial sector of Peru on how, to what extent we are making headway into what the circular economy is known in our country.
So the first question gives us the context about the type of company or the sector that answered the survey. And we see that most companies were from the rubber and plastic sector, 21%, food, 16%, smelting and metal mechanic, 16, and drinks, 11. You see these 4 or 5 groups bring together most of the companies, industrial and manufacturing companies in Peru. So you have here the answers. You see textiles, I forgot. Textiles and clothing, 13%. And this is highly representative, what you see on the screen right now. What's the location of your company? You see, there are many, many regions, but most are located in Lima, 60%. What kind of company do you have? 65% say they are large companies. This is not in line with what really happens in Peru. We know that large companies represent 0.5%, but we have to underline that this is a kind of voluntary survey. Respondents, took part in the survey completely willingly. So this is what they said. Now, about knowledge, we wanted to find out the level of knowledge among business people in Peru regarding circular economy. So, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the phrase circular economy? Well, you know, a few years ago, if we had done this survey, most would have said environment. Today, most answered sustainability. You see, 77%, because this has a connection with the next question, because the following question is, and the circular economy is related to what? Environmental aspects, economic aspects, social aspects, and most said, 87% said, the 3 aspects, environmental, economic, and social. Yes, as a matter of fact, industrialists relate circular economy with sustainability, and sustainability has 3 dimensions, perfectly in line. And the third question of the second part, the question was, where do you think that the circular economy cycle starts? Where? Recycling, production, consumption? Most, 57 said design. That's, that's good. So we see that we industrialists know that we have to develop better designs and we have to transition toward eco-design. Next question, 4. We spoke about sustainable development. If I say sustainable development, what do you think about? 83% said that this means or that this meets the needs of the present without compromising the future or future resources. Question 5. The circular economy is based on 7 R's. I know some say there are 3 R's, others 5, others 8, 9. Well, but here we mentioned 7 R's. So redesign, reduce, reuse, recover, which is missing. And respect, reinvent, repartir, which means share or distribute, and 50% said repair. You see, there's some kind of awareness about what is missing or is that should be included in our industries, in our factories. And I think repair is something that should be definitely taken into account. The next question, number 6. We said that the environmental variable might be considered a criterion that should be taken more into account. And what do you call this? Well, 77% said eco-design. And you see, if we think about this and the beginning of the cycle, remember design, I might conclude that eco-design is something really very important. Next question, number 7. The question was, do you understand this concept or idea, waste valorization? Well, 93% yes. So it's a process whereby waste is transformed to be used for new purposes or to replace other materials within other industrial processes. This, this is not very common in the industries, but we can see that here in Peru, industrialists are familiar with this notion. Question 8, and the last of the second part. In order to determine how well companies are doing regarding knowledge of circular economy, we asked, do you think that the knowledge of your company about circular economy is at this level? 31% said at a high level. We understand it's the best thing. 33% said at an acceptable level. Therefore, that's good as well. 32% answered at a basic level, but they are, at a low level, but they do have some knowledge. So we add up 96% understand what circular economy is. So this was the second part of the survey. And this might allow us to reach a conclusion that this is not something alien to industry. It's not something which is completely new or a complete novelty. As we said a few years ago, the National Commission for Circular Economy is roughly 3 years of age, let's say. And if I think of the beginnings, when we used to speak about circular economy, we organized meetings. Well, there was a lot of, lack of knowledge. No one knew about circular economy. It was considered something new. But now, at present, given these answers, I think that there is enough evidence to say that industrial manufacturers in Peru have knowledge and are familiar with this concept. So the third part of the survey, questions to find out how well or badly are companies doing regarding implementation. So what's the progress made regarding implementation? regarding pillars, strategies, etc. And this was the first question. Circular economy. This issue has been analyzed and or discussed within your company. Is it part of your daily activities? And we see that 41% replied that it is an issue included in their business strategy, and that's excellent. 41% of respondents said that their strategic vision includes the circular economy, and 32% say that they are looking into this strategy, they have an interest. 27% replied no, but they would like to have more information about circularity. So I think that the overall result of this question is very positive. Many companies have an interest, and some, 41%, are already transitioning towards circular economy. Next question of this part, number 2. In your opinion, which could be the drivers to make a decision to adopt a circular economy in your business strategy? What's the motivation you need? What's the incentive you need? 24% said that would be better to support sustainability strategies. Of course, they reply this because they have clear objectives in this regard. 18% answer, this is right, that's for saving, cost saving. So there is a link between circular economy and savings. 16% said brand reputation, recognition, the reputation of the brand. 10% to limit the risks related to the availability of raw materials. That has to do with the shortage of some commodities. Another 10% said this has to do with demand, commitment, and client retention. Everything aligned. Question 3. Where is your organization regarding the implementation of a circular economy-based business model? So 25% said they are implementing strategies of circular economy. That's a quarter of respondents are already transitioning towards circular economy. 32% say they are developing implementation strategies. That is, they are in the stage before. 39% said they are doing research, looking into this notion or looking into this kind of business model, based on circular economy. Question 4. So, which of the following manufacturing processes has been adopted by your organization? Trying to establish links with the previous answers. 46%, quite high, say they recover resources. That's a usual activity within their companies. That's the reuse of materials to avoid losses and maximize their economic value. A kind of reprocessing. 22% spoke about circular supply. That means replacement of traditional resources for renewable alternatives or recycled alternatives or biodegradable ones. 21% are working on extending the shelf life of the product or material. This has made me think about redesign of the process, maybe, not the product necessarily. So some activities are being implemented. Next question, number 5, was which of the following initiatives have been adopted or are being adopted by your organization to adopt a more circular approach? Well, 21% said design products taking into account the environment and the resources and impacts throughout the entire product life cycle. 15% said technological investments, another 15% create a more sustainable supply chain, 14% reduce the use of raw materials, 13% forging alliances and different strategies with stakeholders, 12% extending the shelf life of active products through repair, recovery, etc. You see, in this question, we see a variety of answers, very different actions and strategies adopted by organizations to have a more circular approach. All these processes are part and parcel of the activities that support a circular model or modality. Question number 6. This has a link with the objectives and the metrics. And the question was, does your company apply objectives and metrics about circular economy at the corporate level? And I think this was to be expected. 46% of the respondents said no, the organization does not have corporate indicator systems or goals. We might say that this answer is in line with the 25% which are already implementing strategies and another 30% who are designing. But this is reality. 46% said that they don't have these kind of corporate indicator systems. 27% reply yes, the companies has established goals and objectives. Yeah, objectives and goals. And 17% said the organization has in place a system of circular economy indicators. So we can see that there is a kind of gap, a vacuum. I wonder, is it a gap because there is no interest in measuring, or because there is a lack of knowledge about what and how to measure? So these answers are helping us to detect or determine where to focus our efforts with organizations, industrial organizations, to embrace sustainability. And this is a gap. We should start working with our partners and industrialists in general on follow-up and monitoring systems, which might help us do better monitoring to detect the progress that we can make. Question number 7. Your organization has involved external partners in their circular economy initiatives. This has to do with the importance of ecosystems in a circular model, because one organization by itself, if it makes a decision to adopt circularity, well, it will find it very difficult to make it sustainable if it is not part of an ecosystem. I will only adopt circularity. And what happens with my vendors, my suppliers? So will I be able to implement my processes if I have suppliers who have a different rationale, who rejects circularity? What happens with my clients, with my shareholders, with the state, with society at large? You see, this is an ecosystem. What you need is an ecosystem for circularity. That's why we asked this reason, and 32% most said that yes, recyclers, repair workshops, suppliers, maintenance vendors, they were kind of allies in this alliance. They forged an alliance, in order to give support to their circular model. 24% say that the businesses in their supply chain well, are their allies. Of course, that's logic. 14% technology suppliers. That's interesting. Technology is considered to be a good driver, a facilitator in the case of circularity. 13% said none. So they are sort of out of this system and they want to do it on their own. 6% mention regulators, another 6% logistics suppliers, and so on and so forth, with very small figures. But you see, mostly industrialists make a connection, recyclers, maintenance, with this alliance. They consider them partners, allies, strategic partners for their circular model. Question number 8. It has to do with the factors that the organization considers as barriers. 20% said the complexity of the supply chain. It's difficult to get recycled materials. 18% said lack of incentives by the state to invest on circular business models. 30% said no support in research and development. Another 13% said that consumers, customers are not ecologically aware. They are not aware of circularity. They do not have this perception of value. 12% low quality of recycled materials. This has a link with the first. 10% policies or legislation. 8% lack of accessible technology. 4% lack of economic resources. You see, there are a variety of barriers mentioned here. And when we ask what kind of help would your organization need to overcome these obstacles to transition towards circularity? 19% said policy, clear legislation, clear rules, in other words. 15%, while incentivizing research and development on circular economy. Another 15%, well, there's a lack of long-term funding for circular ventures. And here, if we go deeper into the answer, you see that there is no real long-term funding for this kind of ventures. Financial institutions, banks, analyze all these funding requests in the same way. So there is no special benefit for circular organizations or those who want to embrace circularity. Question 10. Do you think that implementing a circular economy-based business model will be profitable for the organization? More profits? You see, over 50% said yes in the midterm, 2 to 5 years. This is good because there is a recognition that circular economy might offer us better profits. And in the not so long run, you can see. Question 11, what benefits do you think that implementing a business model based on circular economy might reap for your company? Mostly between 18% said improved public image and an improvement of the brand reputation. Another 18%, well, better competitive advantages. That's great. 16% cost saving. And you see other answers there, which are remarkable and important. Question 12. Does your company use or consider using digital solutions to support the circular model? 22% mentioned data and information management, 14% incentivizing circular behaviors, 12% digital markets, another 12% follow-up, tracing, traceability solutions. It has to do with technology here. And that was part of question number 13, the last one. What's the role of digital technologies? 34%, most said it's a facilitator, a necessary facilitator for initiatives to be effective. 24% said it's a key driver of this transformation, and another 24% improving efficiency regarding costs. So I'm about to finish my presentation. I will sum up. I would say then that Peruvian business people understand what circular economy sustainability mean. They link it to sustainability. This is the vehicle to sustainability. And there are three dimensions: social, economic, and financial, and environmental, sorry. They are familiar with the meaning of eco-design and understand valuing or giving value to waste, and also industries, businesses in Peru. 1/3 have a basic knowledge, another third have an acceptable level, and the other third have a high level of knowledge. 41% has adopted into their business strategy issues, topics related to circularity. 39% are in a research stage. Let's say 32% are designing a circular model strategy, and 25% are already implementing circularity. And industrial organizations implement processes related to a circular model. Besides, they consider that working on circular models will give them benefits, cost savings, better brand reputation, better clients, more clients, better image. And also, they have detected barriers. And which ones? Well, that has to do with the supply of recycled materials, like incentives by the state, no funding for circular businesses, restricted access to technology, low perception of sustainable products value by consumers. Only 17% has a system of indicators. And to conclude, industrial organizations in Peru consider that work should be done to encourage transitions towards circularity regarding clear policies, incentivizing investments, developing research development plus I, and long-term funding. These are important topics that should be tackled soon. 52% believe that choosing circular models can generate economic benefits in the midterm, 2 to 5 years. And the role of digital technologies plays a key role as facilitators to the transitions towards circularity. So this material we have collected following this first industrial survey is a fantastic kickoff for the next steps towards this great goal of manufacturing industry in Peru. Thank you very much. Mr. Salazar, thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay to moderate the panel of this roundtable. So now we will be talking to three great directives from the National Industry Society. And based on the numbers and the figures, we will have a chat. Yeah. What's going on in industries, companies, trade unions in some of the most representative sectors of the Peruvian industry. We are accompanied by Martin Reaño, the manager of the Textile Committee of the Industrial Society, Eduardo del Campo, chairman of the Plastics Committee of the SNI, and Jose Antonio Valcárcel, president of the COPEI, the Committee for SMEs. I would like to learn from you what you think, your uptake about these figures, and what the future, what are the next steps. But because of some time restrictions, we will have two rounds, 5 minutes each. We will start with the first question. I mean, in your opinion, which ones do you think are the main barriers? Not the ones we have seen, maybe other barriers. So basically, the barriers on your sector, what do your partners say? What are the problems you have faced or face in these transitions towards circularity? We start with Martin. Okay, 5 minutes.
First of all, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. This topic is very important and has a lot to do with something that we have to comply with, which is sustainable development. In the textile industry, we first have to focus what or to stretch what we're talking about, to specify, related, of course, with sustainability and specifically with circular economy. Let's start from
Estamos etiquetados como que somos uno de los sectores más contaminantes, ¿no? Y eso pasa, pues, por ejemplo, para tener una idea, se dice que consumimos 93.000 billones de litros de agua al año, ¿no? Y también que generamos cerca de 1,2 mil millones de toneladas de efecto invernadero. Entonces, de hecho tenemos ahí un tremendo desafío. Y eso pasa porque de las fibras que usa el sector, pues muchas están vinculadas al sector sintético, a la rama sintética. Y pues son las fibras sintéticas las, digamos, más complicadas de utilizar porque finalmente no son, no se regeneran, no se pueden eliminar, ¿no? Una fibra sintética jamás la eliminas. Entonces ahí ya tenemos unos tremendos problemas, ¿no? Y a eso se suma que desde el siglo pasado, desde finales del siglo pasado, según estudios, pues el consumo de ropa ha aumentado en 40%, que eso puede ser una buena noticia para las industrias, claro, porque es más ropa que compran. Pero a eso ha ido amarrado de que la vida útil de estas prendas también se ha disminuido. Y se ha disminuido por diferentes cosas, entre ellas la moda, ¿no? Entonces, ahí tenemos un tremendo desafío que definitivamente tiene que ser abordado y de hecho, de alguna manera, las empresas tienen conciencia que tienen que abordarlo. Por ejemplo, en el tema del agua, específicamente la gran mayoría de empresas que tienen procesos húmedos donde se utiliza evidentemente agua, saben perfectamente que tienen que, no solamente por un tema de economía circular, sino por un tema económico, directamente, pues tratar de optimizar el uso del agua, ¿no? Otro tema que tiene mucha relación con el tema de economía circular es los desperdicios o despilfarros o generación de ropa usada. Y además de la generación de ropa usada, la generación de mermas de producción, ¿no? Y esa generación
we have production problems, and this starts with the textile thing. In textile, many companies are using these wastes that are generated in the processes, and they do what they call regenerated clothes. But this is only a small part of the textile because the textile chain is a very lengthy one, and it has to do with all kinds of materials. And here comes another challenge that we have to face, and that challenge is that the main quantity of waste allows us to recover these fibers, but part of those fibers comes from the fact that they first have to be selected to be able to properly use them and then reuse them in the process through a circular economy process. And this, in turn, brings about another problem, and that is that many clothes, for fashion reasons or economic reasons, are manufactured with the combination or mixture of different types of fibers. And here again, we have another problem with recycling, because it is a totally different ballgame to recycle a natural, artificial, and a synthetic fiber. Another great barrier that we have to overcome. And of course, this in turn, in such a lengthy chain, brings about very, very difficult challenges. But there's one that is even worse, on which our two speakers have spoken, both Mr. Espinosa and Mr. Salazar Nishi of the Circular Economy Committee. And that is that challenge comes from the fact that we need a system that will allow us to recover all of these wastes that are generated at each and every step of the way. And this in turn means having a big organization that will allow us, and it will certainly be part of another segment of this forum, but this is a responsibility that is not only in the hands of the industry. It has to be shared with the governments, with the state policy, with the regional governments. Why? Well, because you cannot blame only the industrial sector for that, because it is not the industrial sector who uses those clothes, but it is a big challenge, and we definitely have to talk about it. Another important challenge, and that's where the discussion comes. So what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Why? Well, because one of the main challenges is that the circularity issue starts from the design, as has been said, because we have to take into account that when you design a piece or a garment, you have to know what kind of fibers you're going to be using. What are the inputs that will be used to prepare, to manufacture that? What will be done to face one of the challenges I mentioned before when we talk about mixture? So I don't want to talk much because 5 minutes is not a lot. But in a nutshell, I have wanted to show that everything is intertwined, and there are so many challenges that such a long chain industry as a textile has to face, especially a chain that is totally linked with other industries. Because, for example, with the plastic industry, with the chemical industry, with the paper industry, and with other industries which to some extent provide services to us. And this, to round up my comment, we always use as an example the topic of the recovery of fibers through the PET packages. And it looks like a very common issue, because even today we already have some challenges, and there can be some other ones that, for example, these reuse is used for manufacturing buttons, not only for clothes, but also for buttons, a direct link with the plastic industry. Thank you, Martin. Indeed, in your sector, and that's why you didn't have enough time, there are many difficulties, and it is true that it is the second most contaminating industry after the petrochemical, but I know you have many, many, many challenges, and maybe at some point in time we can keep on talking about them. Eduardo, the plastic industry over the past years has been satanized, demonized. We know that you have not to demonize anybody, but if we want to talk about circular economy and circular models, what are the main challenges of the plastic industry? Good afternoon, Jesus. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, all of you. The topic of sustainability and circular economy There's nothing to do about it. These are a reality. We all must be aware. Nobody can be safe. When I say everybody, I'm talking about governments, production players, consumers. In the world of the demonized plastic, as you so very well said, which for us is the most friendly material. It's not an enemy, it's a friend. Why? Because it has a big advantage. As we all know, any single plastic is 100% recyclable. And this is very important when we talk about reducing the consumption of plastics. We don't say it as consumed. It's not that today I consume a glass and tomorrow I don't, and so I have reduced. That's not true. Reducing means to recycle and to use more and more recycled material and not new material. The concept of a single-use plastic, I throw it away, and well, it was a single use. That again is an old-fashioned notion. It has changed. The single-use plastic is the plastic that you cannot recycle, among which there are very few. As a challenge, we have internal challenges, external challenges. Amongst the internal ones, we have the fact that the industry will have to adapt their installation for the use of recycled materials. The topic is quite ambitious, mind you, because if we want to produce a bucket for water purposes, it's one. But if we want a PET thing that will be used for human consumption, it is different. So there is an adaptation that is there. Now, the plastic industry already uses recycled material, all of them, the post-industrial, the one that we generate ourselves, and that remains very often within the same company because of different reasons, because you use it for the first test until the finished product is okay. Nothing is thrown away. Everything is recycled. So we in the post-industrial cycle, we know it. If we talk about sustainability and the environment and nature, we are already talking about the post-consumption material. And here's where the problem comes, because the main problem, is the availability of the consumption material. Unfortunately, there are no big centers that can recycle. Why? Because they cannot reuse, they cannot take back on board the materials, because the collection of waste is not really well organized. It is not regulated, it is not well organized, it is not well thought of. And when we talk about collection from the origin, which are the homes in Lima, I think we have 44 or 45 districts. Only 5 of them are the ones that are collecting in a separated fashion the organics and non-organics. But we all know that within the inorganics, in this case, the ones that we are interested in, we should not only recycle the inorganic, but we would have to separate the cardboard, glass, plastics, papers, metals, and so on and so forth, to make sure that we have an orderly recycling system for an 11 million inhabitant city that only are having one effort in 5 or 6 districts, and the others, you can imagine where this goes. It goes all to the same dump place. But let's also be honest. There are too many people that are recycling, tens of thousands of people. Where is it? Because if they recycle it, they have some kind of a business around that. Where is that recycling going to? to the informal industry, which is one of the main problems. They are giving me 1 minute. Well, I would like to insist on the fact that there is a responsibility where we are all concerned. Government, local governments, regionals, national producers, and of course the consumers. None of us can say, I am not accountable. Obviously, any change brings about investment. We cannot simply say tomorrow I buy some recycled product and I put them in the machinery. The equipment has to be prepared. And of course, as you said, Jesus, there is no project for investment support to work better on recycled products every day. Unfortunately, time goes by, time flies, but thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. We understand what the main barriers in your plastic industry are. We will now talk with Jose Antonio of the COPEDI Committee on the SME to give us his vision of the small industries. What are the main barriers of this sector, which we know is a horizontal sector because it has to do with all of the manufacturing sectors within our country? What are the main difficulties or barriers or challenges that you have in order to go towards a circular economy model? Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I wanted to thank the organizer for this opportunity. We can comment on this topic, which is extremely important, that is of the circular economy and the environmental responsibility that every single human being has. Some of us more, some of us less, to the extent that we may have more or less information about sustainable economy. But as an observer, when Eduardo del Campo was talking about the 6 municipalities that are splitting or dividing the waste, and of these 6, most of them do that halfway. I see a district that also recycles, but I never get the bags where I'm supposed to be separating. So what we do, we go to the containers and we dump it there. And if we add up the quantity of contamination that is due to a poor management carried out by the municipalities, and when you compare that to the industry, who is causing more damage? So I think the environmental sustainability is a transversal problem that is valid for everybody, and we must have a culture to face that. So it is good that the Ministry of Production and the National Society of Industry to cater about this problem, but the small industry is the one that has the greatest barriers, and everywhere. And on this issue of the environment and on sustainability, the circular economy topic, well, we have a reality, and that is that we do not have any industrial parks at the small industry. There are very few. These are commercial parks, not industrial parks. What we do have are conglomerates. We're talking about the Gamarra, the electronics, the Malvinas mechanics, and so on. These are small businesses that manufacture their industry, small shops, electrical shops, coming from different fields where they have organized themselves within big conglomerates, and there are not many possibilities. There are problems of space, all kinds of problems. So it is really very difficult to recover the waste that is being generated. So I wonder, those who work on electronic dashboards, where there are many small, medium, and even large companies go there to buy their own dashboards because some of them are absolutely fantastic. These are electricians companies that are working with the last generation of PLC computer systems and dashboards and so on. What do they do with their waste of their irons or whatever? Well, there is a system. If it is economically viable, it is being recovered. But if not, they just go to the dump place. What do the metal mechanics do in Las Malvinas? There is a system for separating waters, residual waters, wastewater. So on the one hand, we have the small companies that are not doing that, and they are not located in the industrial park. They are in the residential area. And that's where they have put shop. And why? Simply because there are no serious industrial parks for them. They say, go to Ancon. From Lima to Ancon has to spend 2 hours. If you sell in the mid-center of Lima, who does that? Nobody. What do? You only have to travel. So there is no offer. There's no supply. So in this big havoc, let's put it, the barriers become humongous. I'm being self-critical. Obviously, everybody, one way or another, becomes aware of how important the circular economy is. And one of the main barriers is the information. There is no proper information. The second big barrier is funding. If you have a small shop, whatever the industry it is, textile or otherwise, and you want to implement a small water treatment plant, well, you don't have information. The offer is absolutely disseminated. You don't know if you will invest 350,000 soles in a plant that you don't know whether it will work. So there's no funding available where you can say these are interest rates that are maybe a little lower with some kind of incentives, because it is a huge investment which will not necessarily be repaid in the 3 years. The ROI may be 10 years. And the funds could be channeled or funneled to certain subsectors within the industry. For example, for the metal mechanics or the textile or whatever, so much so that the entrepreneur can easily understand the benefit he or she will get starting from this funding or credit line, and that there will be a big offer of suppliers of the machinery they need. So for the small industry, things have to be easy, because we don't have lawyers, we don't have engineers, we don't have a big line of professionals that can prepare reports that are useful for the other professionals, those of the academia. So we need something that is simple, so much so that it can be easily understood and done. And let's not be misled. And let's not invest in something that we cannot use. So it is also important. Another barrier is the R&D, which becomes efficiency ultimately. This is a barrier. It's the technological barrier. We don't have information, no clear information. That is why, for this barrier that is present, we need the innovation and research and R&D, but only 0.02% of GDP is used in technology and development of all Peru. For all of Latin America, it's 0.06. We're not talking Germany, mind you. We're talking the region. 0.06 and Peru 0.02. So we have 30% of what other countries like Chile or Ecuador invest in development technology, both for the academy, for academia and for ourselves. So we're saying that there is no support. And this is a huge barrier for us because we need information. If I need to know that if the residual water, the wastewater, what is its impact and how can I do to mitigate those effects? Well, put a water treatment plant, put this or that. I'm going to generate consumption. What kind of filters do I need? How am I going to use them, install them? That's why we need specific support. Thank you, Antonio, says Mr. Salazar. I think the issue of information is of the essence, and it is very important for the sectors like the ones you are handling. And to close this panel, we are going to ask one question that will assist us in finding a system for the implementation of ecosystems. I said so during my presentation. A company on its own cannot sustain a circular economy model. It has to be part of an ecosystem. And Martin already said that. He said to what extent they were linked with other industries and other partners. So how do we work towards making one ecosystem that makes it sustainable? Martin, you have the floor. Thank you, Jesus. Indeed, an important part of this is to generate an ecosystem, as it is called today, that will allow for all of the stakeholders involved. Each of them takes the responsibility that is their own, and so make sure that the economy may be circular instead of linear. But for this to be properly implemented, such an organization, and we're talking about textile industry, mind you, this organization would have to have 4 very clearly defined pillars. 1, design and development, as you said so. And it was also mentioned by Edson. And this happens because we need an understanding among all of the players, so much so that the use of fibers and materials must be more sustainable. They have to be environmentally friendly, and they have to be defined how the recycling of these products will take place so that they go back to the system. Another pillar from the textile industry point of view is the collection and the recovery of the clothes that are being, and the waste that is being generated throughout the value chain, from the raw material or even before until the final user. Why? Because each step along the way has some kind of a waste. This goes along with the regeneration system of all of these wastes to be able to turn them in fiber and insert them within this system again. And there is an additional element, which is the development of new fibers, which have been thought around a circular economy system. But stemming from the pandemic, we have seen a new element that was known, mind you, but that had not been identified as an element that may cause a problem to the structure of the system. And these are the famous textiles that are recovered. Stemming from the pandemic, they are used to avoid contagion. And this is something that has come to the market and will not leave. So again, we have to take it into account in our ecosystem to close the circuit of a circular economy. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. A luxury having you among us, Martin. Eduardo, same question. 2 minutes. Jesus, the answer is very short. There is a topic that has not been dealt with. And even although may be redundant, let's start from the beginning. Culture and education on the importance of recycling. If we do not work on culture and education, and we don't understand about the importance of recycling to get to a circular economy, anything else is wasted. And that education starts from the homes, from schools, from every single angle of our society. And for me, this topic is absolutely of the essence, because otherwise, overnight, just out of the blue, you will never have a recycling culture. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Eduardo, for sharing this panel. With a pleasure for me to have you among. Jose Antonio, you have the floor. How do we build this ecosystem within the small industry?
Jose Antonio speaking. Thank you very much, Jesus. Indeed, it's a challenge to make up the ecosystem. And I think in the smaller industry, in manufacturing, we aim at achieving efficiency, and that would be towards our product, with our product, because we are very much concerned about the market. Another point of concern to us are economic results. And now we also need to get on top of environmental issues. And we're on it, trust me. At the university level, I would say, the interpreter apologizes, we no longer hear the speaker. Jesus speaking, I think Jose Antonio has dropped. Jose Antonio speaking, yeah, I dropped for a little while, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Jesus, yes, indeed. Jose Antonio speaking. So at the environmental level, as I was saying, what we are taught at university, I was taught a project without any environmental implications. And I figured that is no longer the case. We need to have a common culture. And we are willing, I think the smaller industry is willing to get going, but we need offer from the institutions, from state institutions that are accurate, easy to understand, friendly. With that, people would begin to adapt because we'll already have in our manufacturing companies a clear idea of what efficiency means, because they will see it on an everyday basis, whether or not the product sells. Thank you. Jesus speaking. Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. It's been a pleasure to have the COPE as a participant in our discussion panel. So to conclude, I think we can take away a number of ideas. The manufacturing companies in Peru are fully aware of what circular economy is, and they're walking towards a sustainable circular model. They are already working hard on implementing circular economy, but they see many challenges and obstacles to overcome. However, the industry is quite optimistic vis-a-vis the benefits that they can get from a circular model. So this is but the beginning, and I encourage us all to continue to work on circularity towards a sustainable manufacturing industry. Lainey, I'm going to yield back to you. I think we have met the time we have allowed, time expectations. That's all from us. Marilene speaking. Thank you very much, Mr. Jesus Salazar. Thank you to all panelists and presenters. This last intervention has ended the roundtable. On behalf of the Circular Economy Committee, we thank you all. Dear Sally, back over to you for the management of the event. Sally Duimovich speaking. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marilene Lopez, presenters, panelists, and the National Industry Society for this roundtable. Moving on with the program, we will now hold the workshop entitled Circular Business Design for Value Chains. for which we invite Ms. Giselle Della, the founder of Tres Vectores in Uruguay, to whom I would like to welcome. Giselle Della Mea speaking. Thank you very much, Sally. Hi, everyone. It is a pleasure for us to be here with you today, accompanying Peru in this transition. In turn, I have the pleasure of having the company of Carmen Ormeño, Nicolas Sanchez, and Hugo Notaro, who are certified facilitators in the circular economy methodology. They will be holding this demo workshop with me. So we're going to ask them to help us share a number of links because the audience will get involved here as well. I will begin sharing my screen now, and together with my colleagues, we will tell you what circular design thinking is. The CDT is a methodology to rethink business models and where to begin with the transition towards circular economy. Today, we will have a demo practice of this methodology. Later on, if you wish, you can access the link to go on making your tests and iterating on it. The methodology always starts with a conference, an inspiring conference, which is what we will be presenting today, followed by 3 exercises. Given that we are streaming the presentation on YouTube, these exercises will be performed as a demo. Now, how is it structured? The methodology is structured according to the design possibilities we have at hand. Linear economy was designed by us. Social inequalities are mistakes in our operations models. I have included here a quote and a premise that we have followed ever since 2013, year in which we reaffirmed that if we now have the drivers of resource scarcity and social mistakes, that's because we systematically repeated design mistakes. And there is actually a study by Codex Spain which says 80% of negative environmental externalities are generated in the design stage. That is when you're still thinking of your product, a value proposal, a business model, an undertaking without taking into consideration social and environmental variables at the heart of your project. So here's the paradigm we have. We have focused on extracting from the land following an Anthropocenic model where the nature as an infinite supplier of our needs. We have bought into disposability as a luxury. And we now need to reconsider the equation because the planet can no longer go on like this. Because we're not just causing huge environmental issues, which we are already fully aware of and which has been clearly shown over the past 2 days of the forum. But where there are environmental issues, there's also social problems such as inequality, inequity, exclusion, hunger, and unemployment. So when we speak of circular economy, we also want you to consider the social approach, because it's not just about managing resources well, but them being centralized in the hands of a few. So especially in Latin America, we believe that circular economy needs to strike a balance between social and environmental within our business models. Everything surrounding us right now, the computers through which you're following the conference, the chair I'm sitting on, everything is made out of elements from the periodic table of elements, where nearly 50% of the elements are at risk of extinction. And it would seem we are not yet aware of the fact that we have under 100 years of stocks of zinc or copper or other elements we use on an everyday basis for fridges, for TVs, for all of our technology which we throw away 2 years after buying it. For instance, any smartphone that you may be holding right now is made out of over 40 elements of the periodic table of elements. So nearly 50% of the elements are within your smartphone. And in many cases, these are raw materials that do not have a life. They're not renewable. Renewable sources of energy are born, they reproduce, and then they die. But we're not just failing in the way we design our products. We're also failing in our business models. These pairs, for instance, which could very well be organic pairs produced by following positive environmental practices. Let's assume that is the case. But however, they are grown in Argentina, packed in Thailand, and then sold in the US at any Walmart for under $1.30. So these are the mistakes in our linear business models. Yesterday, I was following a conference in this very forum, and I was saying, beware, because it's not just about managing resources and then about ending up exporting and importing waste. Circular economy must be local, first, to reduce carbon emissions, and second, to motivate bioregions, to generate greater efficiency in our diversity and autonomy models. What have we done thus far? As we always say, it's like selling your house to get food for your everyday needs, for your short-term needs, to get bread and milk. But we need to change our mindset. Any resource that is renewable, those can be used as sources of revenue. Because we're not saying that we compromise financial assets or that there will be a decrease in our financial assets. We might be discussing the distribution of those financial assets and that financial capital. But what we discuss here is how to make non-renewable goods and assets, how to turn them into capital assets, to keep them within the flow. We're going beyond our planet's limits, which you will surely have seen in the conference, but there are already 2 planet limits as defined by the Swedish Johan Rockström, which are the loss of biodiversity. And I know in Peru there is a lot of biodiversity, and then there is the nitrogen and phosphorus cycle. So the point of no return would mean that there's no going back. So how can we shift from a restoration and regeneration paradigm? Well, what circular economy proposes is a design look. It is a production strategy. What we aim at is reducing the input of materials and energy and to reduce the production of virgin waste while closing the loopholes or the economic and ecological flows of resources. That's the definition of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which at the World Economic Forum of 2013 presented the concept of circular economy. Now, what does the Ellen MacArthur Foundation say? I'm going to ask my friend Gus for help here. Here's the paradigm of how we operate today. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation calls this chart the butterfly because it's made up of 2 wings. At the beginning here, at the very top, are all the sources of energy, of materials. And what we should do is begin to replace material. At the center is the backbone, which is the way we currently operate. That is linear economy. We extract, we manufacture parts, then products, supply services, and at the end comes what would be the tipping, what we dispose of, throw out. And the aim is to have 0 residues, for there to be no losses and no negative externalities. So here's the backbone. And I personally have 2 roles here. On the one hand, I am a user of things, such as a glass. I am a user of the glass. And on the other hand, I'm a consumer of food. That opens up to 2 cycles, the technical and the biological cycle. I'm now going to keep the floor to Hugo, who's going to explain to us the biological cycle. Hugo, you can go ahead. Hugo Notara speaking. Well, the biological cycle, as Giselle was saying, is the wing of the consumption. That is where all the living materials are, where we find food, where we find our biologically based materials such as natural fibers, cotton, wood, and food, of course. This is where we're involved as consumers. What the model of circular economy proposes is that we better manage these renewable flows by means of regeneration, by using different options and different looks. Obviously, in this systemic chart model by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the closed or smaller cycles are the ones in which we lose the most value. This, which we see here as cascades, are the reusing of textiles, of wood. So reusing the same product as a biological resource for other value chains. But we cannot do everything with this. In bigger cycles and regeneration cycles, there's also a number of choices and a number of ways in which we can manage these renewable flows. First, through biological materials. So we can get there products by means of biochemical extraction with an added value, and we get them by means of extraction methods. There's also the generation of biofuel, biogas, or the anaerobic digestion of those organic residues. Which allows to contribute to the regeneration of the biosphere. In this model, where we regenerate our biological origin materials, we can manage those renewable flows. That is actually the purpose of it. Giselle speaking, great, Hugo. And in a way, it all returns to our crops and to the productive process when it is well managed. Okay, so on the other hand, you will notice we had a banana here with packaging. Because what's going on here? We have mixed up two cycles into one. On the one hand, as Hugo was saying, we have the bananas, which are the biological cycle. They belong to the biological cycle where we are consumers. On the other hand, there is packaging made of polyethylene where we are users. We're users of the packaging. So there we go into the technical cycle, the other way. And what happens here? Well, it's the same. The smaller the loop, more efficient the circular economy is. There are fewer carbon emissions, there is less logistics involved, we stay closer to the user, meaning that it is easier to retrieve the value. And what circular economy is telling us here is that any object we have, whether it is not in use then and there or in general, can be shared with other users, so that its use can be optimized by making use of it more than once at a time. Otherwise, we can also do upkeeping, maintenance, reuse it. If we would throw it out into the streets within 2 years, then perhaps we have better activate a regeneration process that avoids programmed obsolescence. You know that it happens at home, right? Sometimes it happens to you that everything breaks at once. That's programmed or planned obsolescence. And sadly, we have been through repairs, long-term warranties, and all the rest, which we will have to go back to by means of trades with training. Then there's the redistribution, the remanufacturing. When the component goes back to the factory, it is dismantled or refurbished, but it goes back to being the same product. That would be a remanufacturing. And then in the last cycle, we have recycling, but only in the last of loops. Why? Because it's the less optimum to circular economy, given the energy it requires. It's also interesting to think of the social impact of recycling, because there are more people involved in retrieving the materials, but without a doubt, recycling means retrieving the materials, collecting waste. It may turn into anything else because the product will be dismantled to use each of its parts for different products. So that's why this loop goes back to parts manufacturing, to spares manufacturing, and not to the fabrication or manufacturing of products. So this is the butterfly, but the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where the biological cycle that Hugo presented tends to regeneration and to reusing more and more materials from the biological cycle, and not to the exploitation of mines to use materials. So this would be renewable flows. That's the management of it. And the technical flow tends to dematerialization. How can we do more with fewer resources, with fewer products, fewer materials? How can we be more efficient? The aim here is to restore our stock flows and the better management of these flows. So what we need to consider is how to operate our economic models within ecological limits to respect the environmental boundaries. How can we restore and regenerate nature by operating within a new economy? This requires a deep cultural shift, as you were saying, but especially a change in the financial model and the way we currently operate our economies. We're moving from a sustainable business model, which is the one that starts to incorporate practices and long-term outlooks together with a proactive management by stockholders. And we are shifting towards circular business models, which look into the details of our processes and their flows. They want to redynamize their flows in our resources, to reduce the use of resources, and to dematerialize, and all things related to servitization, which we will see later on. So the question here is, how do we go from a design which is currently degenerative, where we have a fragmented way of thinking, mechanical design, serious manufacturing, which is what we inherited from the Industrial Revolution. We have a thought that's systematized and not systemic. The two words are not the same. So what we inherited is a way of manufacturing that is scalable. The issue here is that we escalated linearity. And now we need to shift towards the reduction on our consumption of energy, materials, and being less individualistic, being more collaborative, and to be able to think of the operations of nature and imitate it, which is regenerative and restorative. What we did with circular design thinking was to identify principles that are present in nature, to see how those principles, which we call patterns, can inspire us to design new business models. Circular design thinking is therefore a methodology to design business models, which has been tried by over 6,000 people. We have delivered over 200 online workshops, and we have 60 trained facilitators in the continent. So that's over 15 countries, some of whom are in Peru. Carmen, who has joined us, is actually a Peruvian facilitator who's certified in the methodology. How's the methodology structured? Well, there's the inspiration, which is a conference, then the analysis, which is what we will see now and experience now. Then there's the design stage, which is when we play with principles. Then there's the prototyping, which is when we design the circular business model. And last, we share the entire process. This methodology is based on design thinking. That's why the methodology first goes through divergence, then it reunites following the patterns, then once again it diversifies, and it tries to reach a feasible or at least prototypable solution that we can try and materialize in a project. You can download the canvases by following the URL that's published here, innodriven.com/downloads. You have a Creative Commons license, so you can try them out. And we have a number of kits for the in-person format. These are the flashcards, and we will tell you what they are in a minute. You will see what the principles are. Basically, it's 17 principles that we have identified by adding in the 3 Rs framework, the resort framework of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We studied the principles of new economies as well, and we have reached the number of 17 principles, some of which we will present today. We won't have time for everything, but we have biomimetics, eco-design, intelligent smart resources, open code, shared resources, biodesign, reverse logistics, industrial symbiosis, repair, regenerate, exchange, industry 4.0, local communities, products as a service, fertilizing, remanufacturing, and recycling. Any of this will be a beginning to the circular economy. Now we will go over those that are in yellow today, and we will begin with regenerating. Regeneration means focusing on practices to improve, reconstruct, and regenerate life. It means to generate the conditions as they were or to improve them even. This is very much the case from the environmental viewpoint, where we, especially in our countries, have deforested many hectares to sow crops for a single kind of food. And so the regeneration would be a measure to face the deforestation that we have caused, especially in the Amazon. I'm in Uruguay, and we also have a great problem with deforestation here to foster a model which is very much linear, which is that of single crops. So what regeneration proposes is how we can go from an intensive agriculture that's degenerative, aggressive, specialized in a single product to a diverse agroecological agriculture, more organic, with the treatment of soils which does not erode it at the end of the day, but on the contrary, restores it and recovers it with the possibility of sequestering carbon, because instead of emitting carbon, we will be sequestering huge proportions of carbon dioxide underground. So if we follow the single crop model, according to the UN and the FAO, we have but 60 crops. Within 60 years, we will have degraded the 40 centimeters of soil that allow us to grow a harvest. And that is what we mean by hacking single crops. And there's a quote I like very much, which says, the issue of current agriculture is that it's not a system geared towards the production of food, but rather to the production of money. Yesterday, I had the honor of moderating a panel where there were 2 or 3 people who had a master's in agribusiness. But even the word has changed. We moved from agriculture, which was culture, to an agribusiness, because it's become a business on top of feeding us. So it's not bad, fine, but how can we have practices that are no longer degrading, and how can we go back to the culture that we were taught by our forefathers? Now, what's good about the organic certification is that businesses have begun to demand it, such as the ROC certification. Many companies have it, one of which is Guayaquil, and the certification measures 3 categories: the health of the soil, whether your practices for growing crops are generative or degenerative, animal care, and how you treat your collaborators and companies with social justice. We love this case. It is a B certified company as us, as producers, and that is the case of Guayaquil. Guayaquil is a company that sells yerba mate-based drinks with organic herbs, and their culturing model is in the Atlantic jungle that's between Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil. This company has the purpose of regenerating over 60,000 hectares of Atlantic bushes. These people are autochthonous to the land, they own the land, and Guayaquil taught them a model of planting yerba mate under the shade of native trees. So there's no need to fell trees or to sell their land in order to exploit them with monoculture. There's no need to migrate, because otherwise, if they didn't have a job, they would have to migrate to a capital city, because Guayaquil pays them a fair price which is above what any other supplier pays for their raw materials. So what Guayaquil does is organize them into cooperatives and to generate capabilities in these people. They do capacity building and they sell these energizing shots in the US and Canada by following a zero emission logistics model and others. Now, this cooperative, which is called Cuira, is a supplier of Guayaquil, and they follow the same model. So it's not a single company that has bought the production of 60,000 hectares and follows an exclusive model. Not at all. It is a community cooperative model where there are several companies involved at the service of a bigger umbrella company as Guayaquil. I'm now going to yield to Hugo, who's going to talk to us about industrial symbiosis.
The model or pattern of industrial symbiosis is based on the idea of share the products among a number of value chains that are close to each other. This cascade, so to speak, of course, saves a lot of energy, materials, and the resources among the different chains. One of the typical examples of this model of industrial symbiosis is a Danish model known from Denmark. It's called Kalundborg, which exchanges between companies, as you can see, the energy flows, materials, and products. In other words, these byproducts of a chain can be used as a raw material for others. You have savings and less waste. Another virtuous models that are around is one that is found in Sweden, in a harbor city in Norrköping, and a park that is called Handelo, which because of it is so close to this area and because it shares the waste and the products and services together, they have an urban industrial symbiosis. So the city of Norrköping sends its urban solid waste to this industrial park of Handelo, and in a symbiotic way, the industrial parks return energy, that is heat, electricity, biogas, and other sources of energy. For example, in the case of the Handelo, next one, in this Handelo park, there is a series of industry which are interconnected, and they take advantage in the bioenergy symbiosis model. They take advantage, as I said, of the byproducts that are no longer waste but become raw material. The model of the various companies can be seen here. They leave from Norrköping of the urban solid waste and the return of energy to that city, the production of bioethanol, biogas, and biodiesel for the public transportation system of the city. Another example, at a different scale, of course, is that of Merencena. This is a small company which, stemming from waste of the beer byproducts, they combine with they use the barley as an input mixed with chocolate and other ingredients, but it is always based on taking advantage of the unused barley after the beer has been manufactured. I like it because they call it the fittest part of beer. Thank you, Hugo. We will now move to the local communities. Carmen, are you there? Yes, of course. To let you know about the local communities, how important the integration of this third vector is, that is the social vector. Every development model with circular economy must include the local communities. The idea is to revitalize them and to reduce inequalities. The idea is to modernize them as well. In Peru, the circular economy is how do you start from this local value, how much culture there is, how much can be taken advantage of from the ancestral knowledge, know-how, and from all the regions that we have, and how to integrate them into our business model. We also have this following: when we first use local products, when we think first about investing in local businesses, we are thinking about a much more equitable distribution within the productive chain of all the benefits. So out of $100 invested, 68 are distributed throughout the value chain, whereas if we buy from a multinational company, besides the fact that the greenhouse gas, the carbon footprint, etc., is very high. Besides that, what remains at a local level is much, much less. So we first have to think local and to take advantage of these opportunities that comes from the communities. We have another example, which is very interesting. I'm sure in Peru we may have something similar, but here is to show how more than 12 cooperatives made up of craftsman ladies of Uruguay have joined in the hands of an NGO called Manos del Uruguay, Uruguay Hands, exporting products to over 20 countries, which they put on the label the name of the manufacturer. They give it like a stamp, an identity seal of the person who did that product. And this is very important, because very often we have the impression that they may be more expensive, but you have to explain why you are paying more and what is in the back line of this new model. Thank you, Carmen. Now we go to Nicholas with Intelligent Resources. Nicholas, are you there? Yes, of course I'm here. This pattern of intelligent resources is using intelligence for the object so that they can be recording and transmit information about themselves and the environment. They have a very important potential because they can change how we produce goods and services, how do we use energy, and we live together in cities. This intelligence allows them to analyze the availability of an object for its more efficient use of resources. As I said before, it will change the way we live in the cities. In other words, through this intelligence and by the use of apps, we can have a more mobile way. What the best time to leave is to use less time, to save energy for my home. In other words, when I leave my home, how can I use the less possible energy possible? Only that is necessary to uphold my foods in the fridge and nothing else. To connect refrigeration and heating just 30 minutes before getting home, to make the waste collection more efficient. So when the truck is getting nearby, you can say to the municipality that the truck is nearing by, or that the container is full, or that it can, now that it is full, it can be collected. You can improve the urban mining The manufacturer or the collector knows which product has finished its shelf life, and they can now be collected. The intelligent resources turn the way in which we use and reuse things. In this example, a manufacturer of printers with the transmission and monitoring of data will not only be able to redesign the product, but also the way we have a relationship with the customer. In other words, contracts for performance, that is the number of copies printed, or pay for a monthly contract, but with preventive maintenance, so that a spare part can be monitored in advance. It will not only extend the shelf life, but also reuse the parts that are being taken away from the product. This is the sector where we started to use the intelligent resources, that is, at home. With an application, you control all of the home appliances, water, electricity, etc. Thank you. Thank you, Nicolas. How important it is to use the technology to improve efficiency. Now I move to Hugo with a product as a service. Thank you. Well, this model of a product, or this pattern as a product as a service, which is called servitization, as it is also known, basically means this. The companies, by changing their business model, can offer to the users the use of the products and not the product itself as a purchasing item. In other words, they offer the user an experience, whereas the property of the good itself remains in the hands of the company. There are some cases that are very important, but this would be the model. In the linear model, the company sells the product, retails the product, and at that point, that's where they make their money. And from that moment on, they lose control of the product, and they no longer have any trace if it has been used, reused, etc. So they lose the control of what happens with that product, specifically when we talk about programmed obsolescence items. The characteristic of this circular value chain model lies in the fact that the company, instead of selling a product, is a service provider. In other words, as it is still the owner of that particular product that it is offering to the user, it allows to control the value of the product, and with a first, second, and third or more cycle. Besides, because they still own the product, they are sure to have a good quality product that will last and that can be repaired, so that they can keep on offering it. One of the most interesting examples of companies is Bundles. Bundles is a company that uses the rental and the use of washing machines, tumble dryers, dishwashers, coffee grinding machines, and so on. So the user hires the use of that machine. It is installed for free. They do the maintenance for free, of course. And this model, this business model, it becomes circular. This is what I explained. Besides, with some kind of technology, as was explained by Nico a minute ago, the company can do the follow-up, the control through the Internet of Things, and the information and communication technologies. They can control how that product is being used, when it needs to be repaired, and so on and so forth. Likewise, Bosch has also introduced with blue movement into this service model. For less than €8 per month, it leases its products. So, summing up this model, it is not a matter of whether you own the product, but you give access to the product. So the companies remain the owners of the product, but they provide the product as a good to be used with a rental or a lease or you name it, breaking this linear model of producing, selling, using, and throwing away. It is one of the fundamental patterns of the technical cycle, because this is precisely where you split the cycle of the raw material and the end-use product, because ultimately the client pays for the use, but not for the raw material. So this and the regenerating are fundamental patterns, because one is part of the technical cycle and the other one is the bio cycle. And now we go back to Carmen with recycling. Thank you. Well, as we saw, this is the part of the butterfly. When you can do nothing else and you still have something else, you have to try and recover, because you cannot recover the product itself. Well, how about recovering materials within the product and trying to give some value to those materials, and to, if possible, to generate other kinds of business models with great value model, with an environmental and social value besides the economic value. Here we have this example, this company EcoAlf. As of 80 plastic bottles, you can have a cloth that is elegant. You say, hey, that's not bad. With 80 bottles, in other words, waste, because we can see it. This is waste. This is garbage. This is a vector company that does these bags. And so that's how you can see this business model. Adidas has this exclusive line also with plastic bottles, and how this can be used, how the companies are paying much more to recover these products so that they can be reintroduced into their business models, and to advertise or market the products by saying that they are taking advantage of these plastic waste. This is a Chilean company, Carun, that also reuses, and they are linked to the fishermen communities. They work together, and they generate these kind of sunglasses that are very pretty, with Cumberplast that does these plastic containers with nets that can be otherwise could be used and in the bottom of the sea. C2C also recovers the nets, and what they do is very fashionable glasses, not sunglasses, mind you, just regular optical glasses, using all of these waste that otherwise would end up at the bottom of the sea. We are leaving you the link because it's a cooperation chain. It is very impressive how you can do this just with that. And the Nike, not only have they looked for a single line, a single exclusive model, but they already have a full business line with this slogan that says, this is still a race that we can win from plastic. And this is beautiful, because who would say before that you were going to pay with a product with waste material with different colors, which not necessarily has the same texture, but this is something that pertains to recycled products, and the consumer is paying a little more just to have this kind of product. So that's the way we have to understand it. Absolutely. It has to become fashion. So the technical cycle, the patterns that have a greatest impact are the eco design, the bio design, bio packaging, regeneration, and how we can, at the end of the day, look for materials that can follow the biologic cycle, and whereby some of the products are part of the bio cycle. This is a garment. If we were to work as nature, this garment at the end of its shelf life should become food for another cycle, the input for another cycle. Now we will see the dynamics, the momentum. So we have seen Inspira. We will now follow an exercise. We will go to Aumenti to help us choose a value chain. To get into menti.com with the code 6521367. Or you can scan the QR code, or you can also share on the chat this URL, which is menti.com/1CCOFF7DEA. What are we going to be doing? I will now, just a second. We are going to select a value chain with which we would like to work. Just give me a sec, because as we are on YouTube, we need to wait for a second before this signal gets there. So we are going to share our screen again. There we go. You can choose different value chains: agriculture, food and beverages, aquaculture, manufacturing, construction, or tourism. There you have, you can see how they evolve, food and beverages, and I think that's the end of it. You have voted. We have 11 votes. So we have food and beverage. Come on, guys.
Vamos con ese. Vamos con ese. Vamos con ese.
Okay, let's choose this one. 14 votes. Okay. Before let's go to food and beverage. Now you can see they will share another link. I will show it on the screen, which is this: bit.ly/CDT demo Peru. bit.ly/CDT demo Peru to get into a mural. No wall. I will go straight away to the wall. I'm sharing the screen again. And we will start with this exercise. This is what we said. That's how the game starts. What is this? Well, this is the analysis of the linear production cycle. So we are analyzing, so we choose beverages and food and beverage. And with my team, we will choose a product, if you don't mind. What do we have to do? We have to analyze all of the input of materials, all of the output of waste, and the opportunities that we can see at each and every one of these chains. But another thing that we can do was to identify the different people. We have different links, those who produced or who designed, blah, blah. So this is good to know if the players are 2, 5, 20, or 100, and to understand how complex it becomes to make it circular. Let's go to food and beverage, and we go to dairy products and derivatives. Yes, dairy products. Okay. So what do we have to put here? With double click, and I put a post-it and I write. The first thing we have to do is what are the inputs that we need for the production of dairy products when we choose the raw materials? Carmen or Hugo, please. Water, cows, what else? Vet inputs. So cattle food, balanced food for cattle.
Balanceado. Wow, cuánta gente.
No, how many people are working on this model at the same time? We're getting dizzy here.
Armemos lío, dijo. Bien.
This is a mess.
Todavía la parte de patrones no lo vamos a usar.
We are still on the analyze part of the. Let's move on. Pastures. Seeds? What about seeds?
Semillas son las de las pasturas.
Well, the seeds are for the pastures.
Bien, bárbaro. Genial. Bueno, ¿les parece que vayamos? Habrá miles de cosas más.
Now, I'm sure there are many other things, energy that you find throughout the productive chain. Machinery, all kinds of machines. Technology and machines, agricultural machinery. Fine. The people are really participating. They love the game. They love it. I'm really getting dizzy. This is true for the interpreter as well.
La salida. Vamos a la salida. A ver, ¿qué tenemos?
Now, output. So, manure.
De los productos veterinarios, por ejemplo, hay residuos.
Of the vet product, we have packages. So, these are packages. Special waste or residues. Estiércol means manure. CO2 and methane. Seed bags. Silo bags. Bags for balanced food.
Y sacos.
For balanced feed. We also have the waste things, serum. No, not yet. No, not yet. Giselle.
La materia prima para el alimento para la producción.
Production feed. Chemical waste products. Washing the different dairy machinery and wastewaters, liquid residues. We are now in the production stage? Not yet. No, I think that in the extraction you have, or you also have wastewater. Liquids.
Bueno, ahora vamos a la parte de diseño. Este es el momento.
We will now go to design. And that is when we put the dairy products, yogurt, cheese, butter, and we put that inside a product. So we turn it into a product. So here we have milk, energy, packaging. Now we have refrigeration. Yes, the cold. The poorly What about the milk that is in poor condition that you have to throw away? It just became rotten. Any dairy industry needs steam, so we have to add steam. Vapor means steam.
Bien, buenazo.
Bien.
A ver,
Bueno, acá
vamos
también.
a salida entonces. Tenemos envases y embalaje.
So we have containers and packages, the non-conforming products, those that are not in agreement with the process, non-compliance products.
Ahí los participantes están súper activos.
Participants are really active today.
Lodos tengo acá, ¿no?
I have serum and muds. Yes, in the case of cheese, you do have dairy ways. Non-compliant products. And there we have special products that are used for whatever products are not usable anymore. Curdling agents for fermentation reasons or otherwise. So these are small coagulant and pills or tablets.
Eso es fundamental.
Yeast. If you're going to produce cheese, yeast is absolutely essential. Let's move now to the next one. Or you think we can already start thinking about some opportunities? Just what time is it? It's 7:30. We will have plenty of time.
Ahí está.
Input. We go to logistics. Here we are saying containers and packages, fuel, transportation.
Chicos, yo me voy a tomar un mate.
I'm going to have mate because this is self-sufficient. Human resources. When we write human resources, actually, what do these human resources need? They need uniforms, tools, because the human resource is used everywhere. It is us, the ones on the planet. But what kind of materials do we need for these human resources to become active? Well, in logistics, we can use personal protection equipment, PPE.
Maquinaria, repuestos, maquinaria.
So equipment, spares. So equipment and spares. Technology as well. She's still speaking, and the cold chain is important here in transport and technology. So cooling. A cold chamber, perhaps.
Bien. Bueno, vámonos a compra. Este es el
And
momento.
let's move on to procurement. The product has reached the supermarket by now. What do I need here? Fridges. Stands. Right. So a place to exhibit the items. Warehouses.
Vehículos para movilizar internamente. Esos patos.
Vehicles to internally move them around. So pallets and auto lifts, right, to move the stocks. And in outgoing, we have waste, expired products.
Equipos de frío en mal estado, está poniendo uso de equipos de frío.
Cooling system that doesn't work. So I figure it's some out of order equipment.
equipos de protección de personal.
Personal protection equipment, advertising.
Sí, en realidad, o sea, se trata del envase, me imagino, algún packaging, alguna cosa.
Advertising, I think by that you must mean the container, the packaging, right? The emissions, yeah, we always have that. Okay, you're moving on to the next. So use and consumption, plastic bags, organic residues, waste,
Su consumo arriba.
polystyrene. So in input, we would have energy, more cooling.
Ya los utensilios donde los vamos a mostrar también.
Appliances, the place where we're going to use them, right, to process them or others. Tablets, that's styrofoam. Tables, if it is cheese, otherwise spoons.
Bien. Y pensemos en fin de vida. ¿Qué entrada?
Let's think of the end of the cycle, of the life cycle. What can be the input there? Tips. What we forgot in the fridge and wasn't consumed. Well, that'll be an output for use and consumption. Actually, here it would be surfaces in square meters of fillings, landfill, waste trucks, waste collection.
Gestión de residuos, podemos llamarle.
Gestión de residuos, claro.
Can we call that waste management? Absolutely, yes. And the landfill is a lot of square meters at the end of the day, because that is land that we are using. And end of the life cycle can lead to anything. So use and consumption. And that repeats itself. So, okay, so we have containers and bottles. I think there's nothing else to add here. So what we dispose of in the landfill, transport, bags for use and consumption, when we go make our shopping, we do the shopping. In some countries, bags are forbidden, so there wouldn't be any bags here anymore, because in use and consumption, you have an input, which is bags.
O sea, la bolsa donde pones el queso, para no llevarlo
I
a la
mean,
mano.
the bag where you put your cheese when you buy it, so you don't carry it in your hands. I'm not sure you call it bag in Peru, bolsa. Carmen, yes, absolutely. Giselle speaking. Okay, let's move on to opportunities. Shall we?
Acá tenemos estiércol en la
Okay,
parte.
so we had manure here in the raw materials output, special residues, silo bags. I figure that's plastic. So in opportunities, we should see what we can do with this. Biogas, perfect. Compost.
Para regenerar.
So to regenerate. And how about the silo bags? How can we reuse them? We can recycle the plastic to produce new silo bags. Yeah, remember yesterday they were talking about recycling the banana bags so that they could make cushioning for the export of that material. So perhaps we could use these silo bags for another kind of plastic. Giselle speaking. So that's very important. We spoke of recycling today, and there's recycling and super recycling, which is when we add value to it. It is one thing to recycle the bag to produce the same silo bag, but it is a whole other thing when you manufacture plastic wood out of it, and that adds a value to it. So you can super recycle plastic to make plastic wood, plastic timber. Right?
Pallet para los para
el pallet.
And the pallets as well. Right. For pallets. So for logistics.
Bien, podemos hacer biogás, compostaje de.
We can make biogas, compost, the manure, then super recycle. How about here in design and production? What can we do with the output? Can you recover any of this? Well, in the case of some products, you can. For instance, in the case of cheese, you can make processed cheese from the curds. Yeah, well, or else you can compost that. How about anything that adds value with a greater value? And chemical extraction to produce calcium, for instance. So chemical extraction. Yeah, or just extract calcium carbonate. Okay, I'll just put chemical extraction of calcium for diet supplements. And then we have an industrial symbiosis with the medical and pharmaceutical industries. Right. So nutritional supplements. This is also super recycling. And actually lactose is one of the pharmaceutical industry's ingredients. And it's the sugar that is taken out of the milk. So we can also retrieve lactose other than calcium. Right. Soluble proteins in dairy whey. Soluble proteins. There we go. There we are.
Yo creo que son dos cosas. Primero, ponerle
I think it's two things. We can add protein there, and I'll leave lactose on mine.
Acá alguien puso biocombustibles.
It is biofuels here, right?
Logística. No sé cómo
In
sería.
the logistics area. What would be the biofuels production? I think that would be in the extraction side of things, right?
Sí.
¿No?
I think biofuel should be here. So biogas is a biofuel, right? I think he put it there because it's part of logistics. So perhaps the opportunity is to transform and to go from using fossil fuels to biofuels. It's sad that they cannot speak. How unfortunate. Gabriela, can you write on your post-it and better explain what you mean, or anyone else? So using biofuels, perfect. It's an opportunity then, right? A way out. I understood, but would my fellow citizen meant. Recycling, materials and packaging, I think. And in the logistics part, someone wrote pallets here. So I hope it's recycling the secondary packaging that is generated, because there's always bigger and smaller boxes involved. It's like those Russian dolls, right? Before you get to the product itself, you have to go through a number of layers of packaging. So material recycling, paper, cardboard, plastic. Perfect. Hugo speaking. So perhaps we can seize the energy from used lubricants, not so much the fuels.
Ahí está. Dije ponerlo así. Claro.
Okay, you write it. Go ahead. From vehicles, right? Lubricant oils that are used. We saw some optimization of roads there, of the routes that they take on the logistics side. It says here, recovery of lactic acid to produce PLA, biodegradable plastics. Perfect. That's very well. Bioplastic. Well done, Manuel. I think it was you.
Bien.
Bueno, buenísimo.
Great.
¿Les parece de ir viendo la próxima dinámica?
Should we go over the next dynamic? See how we're doing with time? I think we're fine.
Bueno, tenemos varias oportunidades. ¿Cómo se sigue acá?
Okay, we have a number of opportunities. So how do we go on here? We prioritize. I'm going to copy and paste the post-its that make the most sense in terms of the commercial marketing, and I'm going to take them to the next canvas, okay?
Este puede ser el biogás.
I think biogas is good. And biodegradable plastics. That sounds very interesting as well. This one? Yeah. Then there's calcium, lactose. From the economic viewpoint, I liked the drying of dairy whey itself, which is more costly than milk at an international level, as a commodity, I mean. There, yeah. It says soil, but I'll change it. It says suelo instead of suero. Okay, I have to let go. Go ahead. Edit it. Okay, so powder whey. When you let go, I'll grab it. There we are. So the thing with these opportunities is that we're still working on the biological cycle. Although we have many items for the technical cycle, which is the retrieval of the packaging, I don't think we are that far from our industry. Because think of a dairy farm which would have to build a whole infrastructure to recycle paper, cardboard, and plastic. And I'm not sure that's at the heart of their business model. That can be done within their value chain. They can demand that their producers use packaging that can be recycled. They can do it as a requirement because we're speaking here of value chains. That's why it's important to know who I am within the chain. If I am this stakeholder and these two, I'm going to be looking for opportunities here. But if I am involved in the distribution or other, I will be looking for post-its here. And I lost my selection of post-its. So here I go again. Retrieving lactose. Here we are. Calcium as well. Yeah, I have calcium, right? Perfect. And I have biogas. I will bring them over here. I see people have already been writing some cows, fodder, containers, trash. I'm going to move these over here. I think it's a mistake. They shouldn't be here. They don't belong. We're going to leave them over here. So how do we go on here? This is how it goes. In this canvas, we have the design with circular patterns. So I'll bring my post-its over here. I'll just stick them, paste them like this in a disorderly manner. And here I have to go over the butterfly cycle to see where we are. We're working on the biological cycle, and we said we would be performing the biochemical extraction of calcium, lactose, and then biogas. Yeah. So what we should do here is to select 4 cards, 4 patterns, as we call them, which would help us better focus our circular strategy to enrich and strengthen, to enhance our circular strategy. Which out of the 17 flashcards should I be using here? So you have to go back to Menti now. On my way. Hold on. Getting there. So I'll update here, and here we are. Which out of the 17 flashcards should I be using? Okay, present. See if you can vote now. We'll be sharing my screen. It's the same Menti we had today with the same link, the same code, 65213677. And all you have to do is select 4 patterns, which would be the 4 patterns that you would select for the opportunities we identified: the biochemical extraction, the extraction of dairy, whey, calcium, biogas. So we have here all 17 patterns, and we cheated because we only explained 6. But maybe if you're intuitive enough, you will figure it out yourselves. So access menti.com and use the code 65213677, and then with the same link you'll be able to vote. So we have industrial symbiosis, regeneration, industry 4.0. You're voting everything we said. Products as a service. What else? Let's see. Any more? I'll give you a few more minutes. A moment. I'm missing a lot of votes. I have to wait a bit because we have a lag on YouTube. Eco design, well, yes. You can vote for or more if you wish, but the idea is that you vote for principles. So what the dynamic is telling you is to focus. Focus, because this is like the sustainable development goals. Of course, we wish to have them all. That's the aim. But that's not possible. We need to focus and select one to start with. We have the industrial symbiosis once again, Industry 4.0. Industry, how we apply Industry 4.0 here. And we haven't explained it. We didn't explain that. No, but we could avoid waste with it.
Bien. Ahí tenemos
Good. 11 people are voting right now. And there we are, recycling, eco design. Once again, climbing the charts, almost there. Eco design for containers, right? She said, speaking, it's not that related to the options that we selected. If they said eco design, we need to go get another opportunity out of what we had seen. Industrial symbiosis, I think, gives us a lot to work with using the resources to produce biogas for the soil, chemical extraction as well. Yes, with pharmaceuticals. Great. Okay. Let's leave it at this for industrial symbiosis, eco-design, recycling, and local communities. Agreed? Absolutely, yes. Well, I'll need you to remember them because I'll stop sharing my screen. So industrial symbiosis, eco-design, local communities, and recycling. Great. Okay, so back to the canvas. I'll be sharing my screen once again. Here I come. There we are. I'm back here once again. So let's select our flashcards. It's like a tarot reading almost. So we had industrial symbiosis, eco design, local communities, and recycling. I just added recycling. Okay, eco design and local communities. Where are they? Here we are. Okay, already. All we have to do now is to assign the post-its to the different categories and to come up with a few for which we had identified nothing. So industrial symbiosis would be represented by the opportunities we'd already identified, how to make processed cheese with the waste, to retrieve lactose, generation of biogas, calcium. I think everything is here in this category. It's a super industrial park, a huge industrial center. Okay, so in eco design, we could use bioplastic, exactly, which is another idea that had been suggested. Lactic acid is actually in between the two.
Embalajes con bioplástico.
So packaging out of bioplastic. We could also see the returnability of plastic, meaning that we could have a bottle that people should return. Hold on, someone's moving the canvas. I'm going to block it because it's moving too much. There, lock it. Okay, here we are.
Bien, embalajes con bioplástico.
Okay,
Perfecto.
so packaging out of bioplastic, returnable bottles that should be designed, a refill system. That's another thing that we could implement at some supermarkets, perhaps. Yes, yes, why not? For products such as well refrigerated milk. The thing with pallets for logistics. Yeah.
Ecodiseño sería, claro,
Eco design.
Ahí estaríamos un poco en reciclar, ¿no?
I think that would be more recycling, designing pallets.
Más optimizados.
Sí, más
So better optimized pallets. Correct? Some companies have an experience in manufacturing pallets with the corrugated recycled cardboard. There are some.
Se sigue moviendo el canvas.
Sí, no sé qué.
The canvas is still moving. Is it not locked? I don't think so. I tried to, and I can't. Oh, there we go. All set.
Comunidades locales, bueno.
Local communities.
Compra de materia prima.
Ahí le estaba poniendo como compra de materia prima porque acá hay este
So
modelo.
raw materials purchase. Yeah, I put that there because there's a model where big dairy companies buy from small producers.
Productores. Esos son las cooperativas por ahí.
Right, so that would be cooperatives. You know, in the south of Brazil, the dairy sector created a biogas network for the producers. So what you do is feed biogas into the grid and then feed the local communities. It is sometimes cities and sometimes small producers. So we could have the same here, distribution of energy to the community. So with a system where people would fit into the grid, right? Right, outside of the grid. And the same is done here. But instead of fitting it into the neighbors, you fit it into the state's grid. But in Brazil, they've organized it amongst themselves.
Bien. ¿Qué más podríamos hacer con las
Okay,
comunidades locales?
what else could we do with local communities? Could we not create a system whereby we would market this? Yes, we could have a local system for marketing or with the support of local communities for local and regional producers. Right? Carmen speaking, so perhaps they should use manure themselves, processing it to produce the biogas.
Bien. Perfecto.
Entonces, distribución de la energía biogás a la comunidad. Perfecto.
So distribution of energy, biogas to the community. And in the same way, when the compost material is generated from organic residues, it could be handed out to the local community as fertilizers with a compost network for community orchards. Great.
Bien. ¿En reciclar?
How about recycling? What can we do here?
Hay una cantidad importante de materiales, papeles, cartones que surgen.
There's many materials, papers, cardboards that are the output at most stages of the industry. So of course we could work on materials that can be reused by separating them, by working on them. But in the plastics chain, for instance, we could reuse them and feed them back into the system. Yeah, with making new products, there was an idea with pallets out of silo bags. Correct. Here, super recycling plastic to make pallets out of it. This is about putting the opportunities into order for patterns. And then it's like at this point, I reopened it somewhat but then I have to switch to a feasible business model. So at the end of the day, what I have to say is, this is going to be my circular value proposal. Where will I start? What is going to be the aim of that business model? If I am currently a dairy farm and all I sell is milk, yogurt, and cheese, then what is the new value proposal which adds the new circularity proposal? It can be by eco-designing the packaging or others. How does that change my daily operations and my business model? Because my value chain will change, the customers will change, and it's going to add new layers to my business model. I'm now going to create a new mentee. And at the end of the day, if you'd been through the entire process, if you were the owners of the dairy farm, what would be the value proposals, or what would be the new products and services that you would be marketing? I'm now going to create a new mentee. If you give me a second, I'm on it. Here I come. And it's going to take a second to update. Here I go. Send. Okay. I still have the patterns. It's like I'm logged in twice. I'm going to sign out.
Ahí va. Ahí voy.
Here I go.
Ahí está. A ver, ahora sí entro
There.
en la Menti de nuevo.
So try accessing Menti once again. You should get a new question, which is, what is the value proposal that you would offer the market? Here we go. Now you will have a text field where you will be able to type in your value proposal for the market. We could offer those nutritional supplements based on calcium and the protein that we have recovered. Maybe we could make food bars with whey products, product with fair trade, they say here. Okay, maybe we could just make a more circular dairy product with bio packaging. I'm just picking my brains here from the top of my mind, but what could we offer in this circular proposal? You can access menti.com and share your ideas by using the same code 6521 3677 and share your ideas there. Tell us what you come up with once we have found all of these opportunities and applied the patterns.
Láctico, muy bien, perfecto.
Extraction and sales of lactic acid. I love that. Protein supplements for sports people. Valuable serum with a problem of effluence in the dairy industry. Then packaging with a return system and payment for returns. I love that. Sorry, you guys have ideas. You are very well informed. Very good.
Suplementos proteicos para deportistas.
I love the protein supplements for sports people. A serum used. This has been said twice. Whey. This is a problem with the effluence. Selling milk with biodegradable packages. Now the whey is winning, but the use of the whey is very important for the derivatives because it means they are using the proteins. We cannot use the four of them. It is actually using the proteins for energy drinks or for supplements for sports people. Somebody copied the Menti code. Maybe this is the password for my bank account. The secret there is, instead of sending that waste, which is the whey for a plant of effluence, is whether you dry the whey. And if you do that, It is the essential step to sell it as powder whey, which has more value than the dried milk, lyophilized milk. It would be an idea. And it is a serious effluent problem because it has a very strong demand for protein supplements. So that's how we're going to be writing it, says Giselle, on the canvas. Just a second, please. Whey. Is that how you write it? Yes, milk whey in the process of preparation of cheese. How to solve? Thinking about the problem to be solved, it's a waste, the waste effluents, right? The liquid effluents that are wasted, that it contains the whey. I'm going to be sharing my screen again. That whey has many, many proteins, soluble protein. I'm bringing something to the table, says Giselle.
Ahí está. Ahí voy. Miren, acá traje como tres posibilidades, ¿no?
You can find here three options. One would be complements for sports people and children, which would be the whey. The second would be the compost and organic fertilizers, and the third one would be the generation of biogas. Now, if we go to the canvas of our program as such, what we have here, we have to describe the problem, and the problem to be solved is today the industry is losing X% of
Proteínas, de proteínas lácteas.
Of lactic proteins or dairy proteins along the process. With the biogas, we solve the problems of emissions. We reduce CO2 emissions. So a good purpose would be to reduce the waste or reuse the resources. A dairy product with zero residues or 100% circular, as we talk of circular economy. And the value proposal I would have, on the one hand, all of the dairy products that I'm already manufacturing are more circular in nature. So I'm looking for a certification because I would have to look for a way for these clean processes to be certified. In other words, for them to be validated on the market. And then on the other hand, the whey.
Elemento.
Claro. Acá encontré una foto.
Here I found something that says chocolate, chocolate flavor. This is a food.
Perfectamente podría ser, ¿no? Suero de leche, elemento proteico para deportistas.
So this is whey for sports people.
Sería como un nuevo producto de este mismo establecimiento.
It would be a new product of the same.
Ay, mira acá tengo Ecogala. Perfecto. Ay, qué divino. Suero de leche.
Qué buena.
Ajá. Divino. Esto lo puedo poner acá directamente.
Bueno,
Sí.
Perfecto. Métricas de impacto.
Ahí voy. Pongo esto ahí.
Give me a second because I'm trying to put this on the page. Right, you go.
Ahí está. Perfecto.
There we are.
Métricas de impacto tiene que ver con una...
So measurement, impact measurements. Well, it depends on my projection. For example, we can say, well, for 10 years from now, I don't want to use more energy. I want to be 100% self-sufficient from an energy perspective. This is an impact measurement. Or I want to be carbon neutral. For the year 2020, I will be carbon neutral with no compensation. So I don't have to buy bonds. I will do that internally. Maybe this would be by capturing the gas with a biodigester, but with other strategies as well. Holistic measurement, regeneration of pastures, because we know we also have to see how the animals are on the field. So these are measurements of impact that I could be using. For example, being carbon neutral by 2025, say, but offsetting internally.
Porque es muy fácil salir a comprar.
Because it is very easy to go and buy some carbon bonds on the market. The issue is for this not to have a new colonization by buying carbon bonds, green bonds. Yes, to reduce the footprint, reducing by 100% the waste.
Cero residuo de suelo.
Zero residue. Many sportsmen.
Nivel de insumos utilizados se espera disminuir. También, reducir los insumos. Está bueno eso. Genial. Bueno, casi que vamos con todo.
We are almost done here. Double economic impact, less effluents treated and new sales because there is a new product to be sold. And generally speaking, we are within a new product within the same value chain. Because although I understand that whey and nutrition complements are not sold on the market, but the large supermarkets do carry those products. And I would take advantage, as we are building a new product, that the packaging of this new product also be made out of a biomaterial or an eco design from the very outset, from the moment the product is being designed.
Sí, dale. Carmencita, dale tú.
Carmen, come on. I would say we can also use the refill model when you're running out of product, that you have all of the data of the customers to refill their container. Well, in the US, the supplements are by subscription only. That means refill. I'm now getting into the channels, distribution channels. How do you distribute the product? Well, subscription sale of supplements, protein supplements.
Acá, y se me abre un nuevo segmento, exactamente.
And I have a new segment.
No del lácteo que ya vendíamos, sino de
we are not talking about a new dairy product, but the new segments. So how are we holding so far? We're going fine. We're going fine. We have another 20 minutes. I would love to give you a new mentai to see what you saw from the methodology, and then we will share some final messages to work a little bit more on methodology. So this is the Mentai again. Just a second, please. There we go. Tell me whether you see this very last question, which is not only what did you think of the methodology, but how do you think you can implement it? Things that crop up in your minds about design, if it is ready to become a little more in-depth analysis of circular economy. We haven't seen all of the patterns, only 6, but it can be online, it can be face-to-face. This is really fun because we see that we have many ideas where only the 4 of us could participate, but when there are 8 people and you have technical profiles with creative profiles, it becomes really a wonderful tool. It is very dynamic, but it may become complex for some people. When you are just learning about circular economy, it may become overwhelming. Plus, you have your mural, you have the online, and these are technology barriers. That's what the facilitators are for, to assist us. Yes, but this is something that we have done in 2 hours, something that normally takes 3 or 4 webinars. We have really summed it up. Generally speaking, practice that is totally integrated to the business strategies. We have to, do we have to make all players participate? Yes. Yes, the vendors have to be there and the vision of the customer as well, because otherwise there are things that you are not seeing and the customer is seeing. But why? Because people want it that way. It's a different way of looking at things, and forget about being shy about the new packaging. Could you say, allege more from cradle to cradle, from cradle to cradle? Cradle to cradle. This is the creator is McDonough. He says, instead of from cradle to grave, but from cradle to cradle. So you start from scratch again. It does have a certification, but they certify only materials. They don't certify business modules or anything else. The cradle to cradle has 3 categories: silver, gold, silver, and bronze. And they say this material is cradle to cradle because it goes from cradle to cradle. It is for products and for raw materials. In the textile industry, it is being used a lot, but not for business models. Does it assist in discovering the number of opportunities that allow to better frame your business and leave aside this, yeah, it has always been done like this? Yes. Can we do that with state initiatives? Yes, we have done the same with life cycles, but we have done that with cities. We said map all of the input of resources to the city and the outlet, and what does the city produce locally. And it works. Fantastic. It allows me to study holistically the study. It is very interesting. It is good to think in group, the result. Well, this mural is for you. You can keep on exploring. You can keep on testing. I will now move to the presentation. I don't know if you want to say something in the meantime. In other fields, we have done things in Peru before with Felipa. And as we said before, I'm going to share the mural once again. Here you have all the other patterns. We have only used some of these 17 patterns. You have an explanation of the concept. And these are the principles that you could be using. If you delete that, it becomes gray. We are going to end this with the principles of biomimetics. And if you want on the chat, we can go. Are there any questions on the chat? Let me know because I'm not taking a look at the Zoom. Are there questions on the chat? No, we don't have any. Well, at least we have the menti. So this is the end of this workshop. We only have 14 minutes, and we wanted to close with some principles of biomimetics. The first thing, Janine de Joux has mentioned 9 principles. Biomimetics is one of the 17, by the way. What it does, it emulates the nature from shapes to functions, how the nature works, how do you emulate the way it works, and it takes it to different areas. Construction, production of energy, design of a product, but it would be good to take it to the daily culture, to our daily lives, the cultural like. Now, within the principles of biomimetics, principle number 1 is that the nature works with the sunlight, and it only uses the energy it needs. It is very careful of the energy it uses. Nature adapts to the shapes to function. We love this principle because very often we have our own script and we want to force the script onto the system, but we face a rupture. The nature does exactly the other way around. It first observes the system, then it adapts, and it looks for a way to function within the system. Nature recycles everything. There are no waste in nature. In other words, whatever is a waste for one is a foodstuff for the other. Nature gives a prize to cooperation. Because our markets are competing against each other. How do we make it for cooperation to be the engine of the companies? How resources can become complementary? This is very tough because one of the things that we have when we have a business model or a product, we patent it, we protect it, we say it's ours. What we have is the feeling of property. This is mine. We own the land, but we have to think the other way around. We are part of the earth, and the more we cooperate, the more we have a biodiversity system. Nature bets on diversity. The nature is not in favor of monocrop. Exactly the opposite. It wants us to use strategies to recover an ecosystem. It is systemic. And for years, we have functioned with a linear look, with a single thing in mind. And this has to give some results. Nature demands local capacities. This is very important. It is not only talents, human resources, but also materials. We have always left materials aside, bamboo, some autochthonous, and we have built luxury hotels with imported things, with stones and marble that is imported, whereas we have things in our own land that we can use to build those very same hotels. Nature stops the excess from inside. This has to do with the expectations. This is something that economy never does. It has to do with going back to know when I'm going to collapse and then break myself, put a stop from my own inside, not somebody coming from outside saying, this is what you have to do. Nature takes advantage of limits. Nature is resilient. It adapts to any critical context, and nature is prepared for evolution. We are not. Actually, for centuries, we have done exactly the other way around. We have been prepared for involution. Human beings have to get prepared for extreme temperatures, whereas we buy everything to avoid those extreme temperatures. All we do is use nature as a vendor, as a supplier of our comfort. There is no world that can advance without a planet. The future of our human species is in the hands of our production mother. And this is something that invites us to revisit everything we are thinking. Circular design thinking, what it does, it's to wake up a movement of people and prepare change agents inside the territories to try and work as nature does. That's the end of my screen sharing. I'm open to questions, whatever you want to say. We have 9 minutes, but I would love to have a destructured conversation. Maybe Carmen or Hugo or Nico can tell us a little bit more about methodology and how we can start implementing it so that we can keep on going with the exchange. And I will look at the Menti, see if I have other comments coming up. Well, for my part, I want to say something that I saw in the previous Menti, the cooperation within this methodology. This methodology, because the greater the level of diversity and points of view, the better the ideas, the richer the whole work is. What you can see on the canvas. This is an aspect I want to underscore, and somebody said it in the Menti that we just finished. So, thank you very much. Carmen, your turn. Along what Hugo is saying, it is very interesting when you have specialists in the different links of one chain, and they can give different perspectives according to the link on which they are working, and how you can integrate them, and how you can capture or identify opportunities from that integration in the value chain. It is really interesting. Here we have fantastic, very practical. We have very interesting. I would have loved to know more about the information and to practice with other types of business here to make a journey to the inside. We can interact between customer and production. It is very good how, as all of us together, we can get better solutions. This we have read it before. Nico, I don't know if you have to make a final comment. No, you don't have to be an engineer to use this canvas. Maybe the most interesting canvases come from entrepreneurs who are small in size or local in nature, or housewives that have some kind of a company. The most important and impacting are those cases precisely. Yes, we have tried this methodology out with Enel, which is a very important company. It is not in Uruguay, but this method has been used with 4 schools with them. And in each of them, we have had more than 100 people working for them. And the ideas cropping up are fantastic, although this has a fantastic depth level, or it doesn't, but it allows us to be all of us on the same page. And then we have these ideas that will be taken up by different technical teams, do a feasibility study, other kinds of measurements that may be more professional in nature, but it is a way of get a proper landing of those ideas on a single sheet with a convergence of many ideas on a common project. So this experience, as Nico was saying, although we have tried it out on big companies, that's where the magic comes, because it has its own momentum, which even us which surprises even us. Very often we see it as a guide to a process for the ideas through these frameworks. And it is much better than being an expert on circular economy, although these workshops teach us more about circular economy than what we know already. So it's total and full happiness to have been with you, to have reached the end with the canvas, with an industry that is pretty well known in Uruguay, maybe not in Peru, but we have done so with fisheries, with aquaculture and others. To round up, what tips would you give to the entrepreneurs? Where to start the road towards a design of circular business model? To acknowledge the waste, the outputs. First, identify your outputs and see what you can do with that. First tip, I would say, to see who the partners are. Who, that is the upstream or downstream partners, that they are not X anymore, but that they are part of our business model. And what I was going to say, that is what Carmen says, to involve every single stakeholder in the value chain. But also, it is important to start somewhere, to make the first step. Often, many companies get close to circular economy because one of the loops they found where most value is lost, that is recycling. But well, okay, that's the way they get in. And although it is definitely not the most important for the value of the product, it is a way of getting in. Yes, I love to say that many speakers say recycling is not circular economy, granted, but I'm convinced that ultimately we have to reconnect with materials. And if it is through recycling, so be it. But we have to understand, but again, what those materials are used for. It is impressive how we need the adaptation, because today we should all know about different types of materials. So although we know that the main impact is revisiting our business model and to forget about being an owner, imagine houses that are there that belong to nobody, and on the other hand, people who don't know where to live. We shouldn't even be owners of our homes. That's why I believe that at the end of the day, if it's recycling, so be it, because that's what will assist us in going upstream, to revisit where the materials come from, how we're using them, why we're measuring them, and why we are wasting them. So, although we understand that circular economy is not recycling, today Latin America is the entry to, because many business models are designed around that. And all we have to say is, come with this business model now, or put me a factor that will remanufacture, repair, re-guarantee for life. So the way we have to do that in Latin America is that. I hope that with public policies, we can demand from these large brands to make their business model circular, so that we can have a circular economy. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will finish with this demo workshop on behalf of Carmen, Hugo, Nico, and myself. My name is Giselle. We are available for any next circular economy workshop, because today we haven't seen you, but we thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Chao, chao. Chao, chao.
Agradecemos a la señora Giselle Dela, fundadora de Tres Vectores, por esta jornada.
We thank Ms. Giselle for the moderation today. Thank you to all participants at the workshop as well. This brings us to the end of day 3 of this important event. We would like to thank all the presenters who participated today, to all panelists, and everyone who has joined and accompanied our activities in the morning and in the afternoon. We will see you tomorrow at 10 to resume the forum with the fourth day on circular economy. Thank you all.